Philadelphia.
Well, if you thought yesterday was the last day talking about A.J. Brown, wrong. But don't worry, we'll change the conversation up a little bit. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, and as you can imagine, the trade happens Monday. Yesterday, there's a lot of reacting. We react earlier than a lot of other people. There are shows that start after 10 o'clock. There are some shows where their alarm isn't set for 4 in the morning, John Kincade. So there is plenty to react to this morning, some football-related, some not. There is lots to get into. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning to you too.
Yesterday was insane, bro.
Yesterday was insane.
Can I just start there? Like yesterday was so crazy on social media from some of the rumors that are out there, and I'm not saying that nothing's accurate. It's just I'll say what I said again on the air yesterday. I find it so amazing that there were so many people so dismissive of all these trade rumors. The trade rumors that started back in week 4, according to Joe Santoliquito, which, by the way, he reported on that during the season, and people didn't want to hear it. Then after the season plays out, then the cryptic stuff. And yet, you see a couple rumors on social media after it gets traded, and it's gospel. I find it funny.
It was really crazy. Had plenty of phone calls yesterday, and just the stupid rumors I don't even want to talk about. The rumor stuff was just too stupid to make sense of. But the idea that I was more entrenched yesterday with AJ and his yammering. I was just, the whole day was like a surreal thing.
Yeah.
That I'm saying, I believe the man has nobody guiding him in life. I believe he has nobody guiding him, putting his hand on his shoulder, giving him advice, telling him what to do, how to handle himself. Because I think he comes off so sophomoric, it is hilarious. It's hilarious if it wasn't embarrassing.
Or he just thinks he knows what he wants.
He could be. He could be, but
look,
he's
like you heard him, like, oh, and we'll play it. I know this isn't heaven, but it's pretty close to it. Talking about New England and the practice facility with the Patriots.
He's never been there. He's in a place he's never been. And he's already telling you how great it is and how everything's perfect.
He claims
and
that he was some big Patriots fan as a kid, and so he thinks he's living out some lifelong dream. And look, we'll see how it plays out, but I think we're all on kind of the same page. We don't know if New England's going to be as good as they were last year. That schedule was a real deal. The week schedule
it was the easiest schedule that an AFC team has played this century.
And you could say, hey, well, they won their games in the playoffs. Well, yeah. I mean, C.J. Stroud was a disaster in the game that they played against Houston, and Bo Nix gets hurt.
I mean, seriously? And then you got so embarrassed.
Yeah, like they didn't even belong in that game against the Seattle Seahawks. And, oh, by the way, it's not like the Seattle Seahawks are ever going to be considered a top 5 team all time. Like they were very good, but nobody's counting them as a top 5 team all time. And New England looked like they didn't belong. So AJ may think he knows what he wants. For all we know, he could be frustrated within 6 weeks in New England, but maybe he's going to take different tacks because, as he said with Maria Taylor yesterday, and we'll play some more of those clips throughout the course of the show, he realized that maybe he didn't handle himself so well on social media. Shocker. But here's the deal, John. Here's where, let's start a little bit differently. Let's talk actual football when it comes to the A.J. Brown story and life after A.J. Brown, because you have been saying something for the last couple of weeks that I'm curious to hear why from you and to see how many people agree with you. You have made it clear that you believe the Eagles' offense will be better in 2026 than they were the last 2 seasons from a passing offense standpoint.
I think it'll be easy because the last 2 years have stunk passing.
Yes.
So it's not like I'm trying to be Nostradamus. It's not like I'm trying to say that that I have some deep insight into the passing game of an NFL team.
Sure.
Because I do not. You've worked with me long enough to know that I do not.
Football
X's and O's
John.
wise. But I will tell you that I absolutely believe that this is a team that is going to excel. First of all, having a weight off their shoulders of their quarterback. And I think A.J. Brown, as talented as he is, he's exhausting. And I think it's been exhausting to try to cater to A.J. Brown at times, especially when A.J. Brown wasn't willing to give his full effort like last year. I love an offense. I looked at how many times have we said in the last couple of years with Green Bay, that and Matt LaFleur's offense. Who do they have?
Yeah.
Who do they have?
I say a bunch of guys.
A bunch of dudes. Look at their passing offense. Their passing offense works. Works with a bunch of dudes. Do the Eagles have better than a bunch of dudes? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles have better talent. So I'm going to project that the Eagles will clearly have a better passing offense just because it was so crappy, though. Let's make no doubts about it.
So you're not saying they're climbing up to top 5 passing offense.
But I am. But I will take it this far. They'll be middle of the pack or better.
Okay.
Like, I'm not saying it's going to be, as you say, it's not going to be like all of a sudden we're going to be like, oh, my gosh.
Peyton Manning with Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne.
But if you're telling me that this team's going to be around 12th, 13th, 14th, oh, yeah. I absolutely believe it. I have seen enough out of Green Bay and that scheme and LaFleur's scheme doing a terrible, terrible thing. Just being awful. Just being terrible.
All right, so then what's the wording? Because I don't want to say, do you think the Eagles will be better? Because if they're from 30th to 29th, then they're better.
Yeah, and that doesn't, by the way, that will not count as me saying, told you.
Right.
No. I'm talking about significant improvement.
All right, do you believe the Eagles' passing offense will be significantly better in 2026? There's no A.J. Brown. That's a big loss from an X's and O's standpoint, player on the field standpoint. There's no Kevin Patullo. That's a big deal in the positive that you have a better, in theory, offensive coordinator that will be running the show. You have new weapons. I'm excited to see what Mekhi Lemon looks like. I'm excited to see what Eli Stowers looks like. I'm excited that Dallas Goedert isn't going to be like the only tight end option that can catch a football because they've struggled in that department the last couple of years, which is why we've been waiting for them to draft his eventual replacement. How much of your answer when you do answer this question will be your faith or lack thereof in Jalen Hurts? If you're saying, I don't think it's going to be better, is it because A.J. Brown isn't there? Or is it because you're somebody that believes, regardless of who you have on the field, Jalen Hurts is the quarterback and Jalen Hurts can only take you so far from the passing standpoint? So the number, 610-632-0975, Davis Hunter text line, phone line, voice memos. Do you believe the Eagles' offense will be significantly improved in 2026 now that this is over?
And I want to make it clear. When I say it, I am in no way, even though I'm glad they've moved on from A.J. Brown.
Yeah, I'm glad that's over.
I am in no way saying, oh, wow, they are so improved because A.J. Brown's gone. Because I think anyone that would say that, to me, is also spinning nonsense. Because A.J. Brown is incredibly talented, and you can't convince me that your wide receiver room is better without him if he's playing his game.
Right.
The A.J. Brown we got for the first 3 years.
Right.
If A.J. Brown the first 3 years is here, there's no way the Eagles wide receiver room is better today than it was. Last year's A.J. Brown, the Eagles wide receiver room would be better. Just to when you subtract someone who is rowing one way against everybody else,
sure.
Yeah, absolutely, they can be better.
Is it more buy-in or Sean Mannion for you? Because like you've been very confident about Mannion. I'm very. Like if you were to rank the reasons why you, because I don't agree with you. Just to make that clear, because I do think A.J. Brown, that much of an absence is terrifying to me. I also don't know the health of this offensive line, so like I can't really judge what this offense will look like because we don't know their health.
How about this? Next week, I believe we are going to hear that the offensive linemen are telling you that they're feeling as good as they felt in a couple years.
Well, that's good. I hope so.
Well, but as I would say to you is this. I have a friend of mine who bought a used car once from a Hertz.
Okay.
Not to besmirch Hertz. But he bought, not Jalen Hurts, Hertz. He bought a used car from Hertz, and it was like 11,000 miles.
Nice.
And the car looked pretty good, but he bought a used car. That car must have been driven by every a-hole in the whole world that when they rented it, because the car was nothing but problems. And if you looked at it, you were like, this car is sleek. It's beautiful. That car was beaten up.
Some would call it a lemon.
He didn't have it checked out by a mechanic beforehand. And this guy, but man, this car was driven hard. This car was it. And so sometimes the mileage, we don't know. They could be feeling better today than they felt in a couple years. And then we can find out, though, but the mileage and the damage that was done is something where they're never going to be what they were 2 years ago.
Yeah, and look, we're going to have plenty of Jalen Hurts conversations. I will continue to say what I've been saying. This team will go if their ground game's going first. And that's not a slight to Jalen Hurts. People think that, God forbid you ever point out that, the year they won the Super Bowl, remember what they did week 6 through 18. They ran the football. That's what got them to their 11-2 record, 12-2 record. It was by running the football. And if the ground game is what it was last year, I don't care what wide receivers you have. I had A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert last year, and it still sucked.
Yeah, there's a cautionary tale. It just so happens the guy I'm talking about is back in town on the baseball field right now. We're going to talk about Castellanos a little bit later. But there were some people who believed that the Castellanos exit, with the way his locker room influence was portrayed with the Phillies, was going to be addition by subtraction. They haven't been better this year, boys. And some people thought, hey, maybe getting that distraction out of the room would lead to the problems that already existed not being as evident. That's not a guarantee.
No, it's not a guarantee.
Connor, that's a point I didn't even really think of, honestly. And when you just said it, I'm like, why didn't I think of it? It's sort of like when Amy was talking yesterday, and I started thinking about it, and she brought up with AJ saying just a different point of view. Somebody can bring up a different point of view. And I never thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, we have proof positive that the addition by subtraction thing doesn't always work the way that you would believe it does, so we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, look, and think of the Sean Mannion offense. Under center, motion. What are, reportedly, 2 things Jalen Hurts doesn't like to do?
Those things.
Well, the thing is, though.
Like the things that will be heavy in the Mannion offense.
Okay, here's what I'm going to say. And I cannot expose anybody. Jalen has been very smiley.
Receptive.
No. What it was described to me that Jalen has been very effusively energetic and smiley since they've returned to the facility and gotten to work. He is very happy working with Sean Mannion. He's very positive. He's very energetic. He's very relaxed. And so I don't know how much of that.
He has a coach that he can rely on, and the big cloud that was over NovaCare is gone now.
And it's and so that's, I think that part of it is Mannion has gotten every one of them to buy in, including that offensive line. And we'll hear Jordan Mailata and what he had to say.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive lineman buying in, when Jalen can be in a room with somebody that he says, oh my gosh, I'm playing tennis and I volley back and this guy volleys back and I volley back and he volleys back.
Yeah.
And this guy can meet me with my energy, my question, my level of expertise. Jalen's all in.
Yeah.
And that I've been told that Jalen is quite excited about working with Sean Mannion and very bought in. And honestly, and maybe this is a little bit of a knock on Jalen. We've all had bosses at times in our lives. We've all had supervisors or whatever at times in our lives that we've been frustrated with or haven't enjoyed as much.
Sure.
You can't let that affect your performance. And maybe Jalen lets some of the frustration of last year, Kevin Patullo, maybe affect his body language, his enthusiasm, and everything like that.
Say the exact same thing about the guy they just traded.
Correct. No.
And we all agree.
No, and guess what? I can absolutely understand it. I can understand it. I cannot approve it. I cannot agree with it. I cannot accept it. I'm like, okay, put your big boy pants on and deal with it, especially with the paycheck you're hauling home.
Yep.
You can't do that. But I absolutely can commiserate with you and absolutely can say everybody's been there at some point in their lives and said, man, I'm working for somebody that I can't relate to this person, or I can't this person's way over their head.
Right.
And so that's a wake up.
All right, now that we know A.J. Brown is gone, and now that we know that they didn't get like a wide receiver in return, remember that was talked about at one point. Hey, could they get one of these guys from New England? You know the roster. Sure, there might be some camp release on another team that the Eagles pick up, but for the most part, we know the roster. There is the unknown but excitement of Sean Mannion. Do you believe that the Philadelphia Eagles offense will improve significantly? That's the word that John Kincade used, significantly,
and I'm meaning
in 2026.
Use significantly to me, you're going to be in the top half of the NFL.
And they were not. They were in the bottom half, and the passing offense was at the bottom. 610-632-0975. You mentioned Jordan Mailata. The quote from Mailata on Sean Mannion, evil genius, beautiful mind, wizard. He also said that if you lock the three smartest people in the Eagles building in a room, it would be Sean Mannion and Sean Mannion all by himself.
What does that tell you?
That Kevin Patullo was in over his head.
Okay.
And they're very excited for the guy that's replacing
him.
That does not mean that he's going to be successful. But they're excited, and they can tell there is a monster difference from the guy that was running the show last year.
But he also tells you, too, he doesn't think there's anybody in the building that's his match.
Well, yeah.
Anybody in the building that's his match.
Yeah, including the head coach.
Right. And guess what? I don't think that's a problem for Nick. Like, it doesn't mean that Nick's a buffoon, but it's like, okay, we got somebody in charge of the offense here that the players are all going, okay, this guy's next level. This guy is next level. Now it's a matter of taking that to the field.
Yeah.
And making it work.
All right. Another thing that we're going to get into this morning, and I'm curious where you guys are at with this. I mentioned that yesterday was a crazy day with just everything on social media. Put the masseuse and car theft to the side, which are some of the rumors that are out there on social media.
Which is, by the way, just so stupid.
I don't know.
It's so stupid.
I don't know.
It's so freaking stupid.
I'm just putting that to the side for this conversation. I'm not saying it's stupid. I don't know.
Oh, my gosh. Come on. Don't. Then you're feeding into it.
Put it to the side, John.
Then you're feeding into it.
Put it to the side. From a football standpoint, A.J. Brown, the Maria Taylor podcast drops yesterday. He then has his introductory press conference with the New England Patriots as well. I want to put something also to the side for the time being. And it's starting off by saying, I love what he did here, but he doesn't deserve that right now.
No, he does not.
A.J. Brown does not deserve your sentence beginning with, I love what he did here, but. Take that out. Just start with your complaints of A.J. Brown. Because if you listen to any of the audio from yesterday, whether it was with Maria Taylor or in front of the New England press, he was done here.
He wasn't even checked in.
He wasn't checked in. His mind was elsewhere. And let's not talk about the mental health side of things. No, when it came to football,
he's so full of crap.
He did not want to be with the Philadelphia Eagles. It was not just Kevin Patullo. It was not just Jalen Hurts. The way he talked about his love for the New England Patriots. And this goes back to earlier in the offseason when he's on the Dudes with Dudes podcast, all right? So here's a couple of clips from his podcast with Maria Taylor yesterday, the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn. Here's A.J. Brown talking about when he knew things were done.
Was there a point last season or during your course of your time in Philly where you're like, it's just untenable? Like I'm ready for what a next chapter might look like for me. Like, can you think of the moment?
No, it wasn't just a specific moment, I would say. I think just at the end of the season, I just realized, that I felt like my time was up.
I don't agree with you, even though you're saying it. When you said it was just at the end of the season, I realized that. When Joe Santoliquito reports that you were asking for trades after week 3.
Yeah, week 4.
Week 4.
Yeah, after when the Eagles were 4-0 and Super Bowl champions.
Yes.
You decided, I'm unhappy. I'm taking my toys and I want out.
Yeah, he was upset.
I want out. And
then it showed all season long. Like, that's why, even though he's saying it, he's lying to you because you can't, through reports, have a trade request through 4 weeks in the season, and then your play go to absolute dog crap for an extended period of time afterward. I'm not just talking about dropsies. We're talking about lack of will at times on the field.
Look, and by the way, you could put together a highlight reel of Tom Brady, Troy Aikman, and Chris Collinsworth. 3 guys, top analysts in the game, referencing different times this year where they questioned A.J. Brown's commitment in a game to giving full effort. Those guys, no one calls them out as being They don't have an agenda against him.
Yeah.
They don't have it, but like, ooh, you got to go for it a little more there. You got to give it a little more effort on that one. You got to keep running on that one. Like AJ Brown, he half-assed it.
Yeah, his mind was elsewhere.
And more importantly, his BS of, oh, I had this New England Patriots carpet. I had this rug the whole time I was in Philadelphia. He's such a child. First of all, such a child. And then this nonsense of he creates any kind of. I honestly believe he creates.
He creates the scenarios in his head.
He creates fiction and then expects everybody just to believe them, much like his AI pictures of his childhood. There's a doctor who could do a study on him for hours. He is just on, and it's the whole idea is he's took money from the Eagles twice. He took the contract extension here, but didn't really want to be here. But then he got the second contract extension, but he didn't really want to be here.
Yeah. Well,
Wanted to be in New England.
Here's another clip for you.
That's a man, by the way. That's a man who can't be trusted.
Yeah. Here's another clip for you that shows you he didn't want to be here.
Man, dream come true. Dream come true. I'm truly a kid in the candy store. Last night was like Christmas. I still had another 24 hours or so to go. But yeah, I'm excited, man. The kid in me is ecstatic right now.
And during his press conference yesterday with members of the New England media, quote, I caught myself at one point in practice not paying attention because I was thinking, damn, I'm a Patriot. Don't even start your sentence with, I appreciate what he did here, or I love what he did here.
You are the girlfriend or the boyfriend who was really, really into your significant other, and they were never into you. Never into you, and they admit it. And you still are pining away from them even after they dumped you. That's who you are if you're one of those A.J. Brown apologists today here in the city of Philadelphia.
All right, well, coming up next, remember how a lot of people told us that A.J. Brown wasn't a distraction?
He might have been, eh?
Maybe some of the players wouldn't agree with that.
Yeah.
Hear from Jordan Mailata next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles moving on. I'm Connor Thomas, and the A.J. Brown trade felt much more real yesterday as he had his introductory press conference and first practice in New England. It was also the first chance for a lot of Eagles players to react to the situation. Devontae Smith shared the wide receiver room with him for years. He talked about what seeing the A.J. trade meant to him.
I mean, just the relationship we had, the brotherhood and things like that. Some things you look back and, we had a good time here. We had a great time here. The things that we did, things we accomplished on the field, off the field, you always cherish those moments.
Now the team is moving on towards preparing for the season. They'll have their final day of OTAs tomorrow. And other news for the Eagles, Brandon Graham was released yesterday. There is still an opportunity for him to come back if he chooses to come out of retirement again. Mandatory minicamp begins on the 9th. The Phillies took down the Padres 3-2 last night. The offense relatively quiet again. Bryce Harper did have a 2-run homer. Brandon Marsh, 4-hit night. And Aaron Nola, 5 innings, 2 earned. He's heading in the right direction. Game Tuesday night at 6:40. Christopher Sanchez faces Walker Buehler. The Vegas Golden Knights took a 1-0 lead in the Stanley Cup Finals after a 5-4 victory over the Carolina Hurricanes last night. Don't miss it. 9 a.m. Jahan Dotson, former Eagle, is going to join us to talk about the wide receiver room in his time here. Teron Davenport, who covers the Titans for ESPN NFL Nation, joins us at 9:30. This update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit MADD.org. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
water heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
We will talk more about them later, we promise, because it was another win over the San Diego Padres yesterday. Phillies in game one of their series with San Diego, they win 3-2. Another very promising outing by Aaron Nola. 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts through 95 pitches in 5 innings. But if you're getting only 2 runs in 5 innings from Aaron Nola, sign me up every day. Alvarado, clean inning. Kerkering, relatively clean inning. Brad Keller has been an interesting ride. And Johan Duran with the dominant 3 strikeouts to close out the game. And the Phillies get the win 3-2.
That was awesome.
Yeah. Nice. It was nice
That was
to see.
awesome.
Bryce Harper goes yard again, continuing to have a very good season, 14 home runs on the season. He spoke after the game about the lack of run support, and he said he does not believe that they can sustainably win this way.
Okay.
And I'm glad that he said it. Hopefully that's that first message to the front office, which I know we'll talk about later on in the show. Because, shocker, Alec Boehm being in the middle of your order is just not good enough. Yesterday, I know he technically gave you the game-winning run. Fastball right down the freaking middle of the plate, and he hits a chopper to the shortstop. He's got no pop, none.
I'm not even talking about the pop. Just he's like on top of the ball, and I think you hear Kruk talking about it. Like he's hitting like on top of it.
Yeah,
He's just
beating into the ground.
It's not good.
But Brandon Marsh, another 4-hit night, man, unbelievable. 4 for 4.
That was
yesterday.
amazing.
He's hitting 332.
And how do you go 4 for 4 and not knock in a run? Like that tells you about this lineup.
Well, yeah.
How do you
Nobody's
go 4
on
for
base.
4? You're batting cleanup. You're 4 for 4. You're batting cleanup. You're 4 for 4, and you do not knock in a run.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And by the way, Brandon Marsh is really Connor. Your faith in Brandon Marsh is being paid off because he looks incredible.
Yeah.
Future All-Star. Maybe All-Star
I don't
starter.
know. I don't think he's going to get enough support.
It's just whether or not the fan, because it's a fan vote. Like, he'll make the All-Star.
No, he'll make
team.
the All-Star game, but I don't think he's going to get the fan support.
We'll see.
I don't think the fans of the whole country are paying enough attention, and that sucks.
He's one of the more recognizable, he is a recognizable player and a likable
Yeah, because
one,
the beard and the
He is,
the
but the
hair
fans
and
of baseball have shown considerably that they're stupid.
Well, yes, they are. If they don't
When
like
they
Brandon
vote.
Marsh, you're dumb.
When they
the other
vote.
reason being is the number 5. That's how many home runs he had.
The fan vote.
You know the fan vote's going to be like, oh, who has the most home runs?
Yeah, probably.
And it's not going to be Brandon Marsh. All right, so we'll talk more Phillies as the show goes on.
Yes, by the way, 5-2 in this run that 5-2 right now. I wanted 6-3. 6-3 in the 9-game stretch. So I thought they could go 6-3. Now I just got to win one out of the last 2.
Damn right.
Go do it.
All right, Jordan Mailata yesterday. The
Uh-huh.
OTAs continued, and Jordan Mailata, the spokesperson of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, he's become sort of the
He's the
official
Kyle Schwarber of the
spokesperson.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
You know, he's the guy that will stand in front of the microphone more than most players when it's not obligated, right? Like Nick has to speak. Jalen Hurts has
Yes.
to speak. Jordan Mailata is the guy that goes, I got this. I'll talk. And he was asked about the departure of A.J. Brown yesterday. And people can make the case all they want that A.J. was such a great teammate and that he was not a distraction and that, it's all good.
Uh-huh.
Everyone's happy. This was Jordan Mailata giving a pretty human-like answer now that the trade is over and done with.
I think yes, we can move on now. I think most of us that have been here the last 6 weeks, we have moved on we have enough to worry about. Getting over last year and then coming in here and learning a new scheme and new concepts. Like, we had to press on, and so that's what we were doing. I think this is more of it sounds terrible, but thank God it's over. It was the slow pain of just, is he in, is he out? We didn't really know, and that really wasn't our focus as a team. Our team, especially at the offense, we got to keep these wheels moving. We got new guys coming in, we got rookies coming in. Again, we got to build that culture. Every year, it's can we continue the culture of the last 5 years that we've built? Can we bring these new guys along? Can we bring these young guys along? And so, our job's already hard enough. And so, the mindset of just pushing on and not letting the AJ, what do we even call it, debacle? What are you guys calling it? AJ saga. Again, I don't really spend much time thinking about it just because we already have a hard enough time as it is of learning new concepts and bringing the new guys that we have from undrafted free agents to free agents, rookies. We're already trying to bring them along. So
I can tell you flat out with 100% certainty, you've heard it from Joe Santoliquito yesterday on our show.
Mm-hmm.
You heard it there from Jordan Mailata. I can tell you that I've heard it from two other people, one playing for the Eagles, one with the Eagles. Anyone who is telling you that, oh, everybody was behind AJ and nobody found him to be a distraction and everybody supported him is pure fiction. It's complete fiction.
Sure, he's some guys that had his back.
There were people who love the love of A.J. Brown, the person, the wanting to love him, the wanting to support him, wanting to love on him is completely true. Completely true. People finding him absolutely exhausting and not the greatest teammate at all times is absolutely true also. Is that last year he derailed things. He derailed things. And there are plenty of players that aren't happy that happened. And it's being spun to us like, no, everybody was just, they loved AJ and they're totally support him. You can love somebody and still think they're a kook.
Well, now that the trade is over. And
now people are talking.
And the Eagles landed that first-round pick that Howie so much wanted.
Yep.
Now maybe the truth will come out publicly a little bit more.
Players also, players, staff, and everything, I believe were subtly asked to not be talking about it at all until a trade was made.
Yeah.
In fact, I will guarantee you with 100% certainty that happened. Nobody be talking until after the trade is made.
Hey, and credit to the organization for being upfront with that, and credit to the players.
Yep.
Because there could be a player that goes and
rogue.
screw that. I'm so frustrated with this guy.
Last year he did this, he did that.
What if Jalen Hurts wasn't Jalen Hurts? What if Jalen Hurts was Donovan McNabb?
Donovan may slip.
He's going
T.O. would slip.
He's going on a podcast. So if
Donovan would slip, T.O. would slip.
Podcasts were so relevant back then. Like Donovan McNabb would be like, well, why is my name getting drugged through the mud about this guy?
Absolutely.
I'm not going to keep my mouth shut.
You're 100% right.
Credit to the Eagles organization and the buy-in from everybody.
It speaks to the leadership, by the way, and I say leadership when I say leadership council of the team. Sort of saying, guys, we have bigger goals. Everybody be on the same page. Nobody is talking about A.J. Brown until this deal's made.
All right.
Nobody is talking.
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Scott in West Philly. Scott, you're on Kincade Salciunas. What's up, Scott?
What's going on?
What's up, Scott?
I've been doing paradise, man. Host AJ Brown.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over. As you heard, the debacle.
Finally. So I wanted to push back on you guys after we all watched the press conferences and the media with Taylor. We all heard what he said. You guys said that he would be applauded and he should get praised when he comes back here in 10 years. I feel like A.J. Brown just pushed that away and just threw it in the trash.
He sort of did, didn't he?
He just crapped on everything. He was just going to work. He was just going to work. That's what he said. Like, I can't get past anything now because it's like you were blessed here. You were 4-0 and you requested a trade. You had your best seasons here, and none of it mattered. None of it. The Patriots passed on you multiple times in the draft, and they could have traded for you, but you're gung-ho about them. Like, I just didn't think A.J. Brown just pooped on everything that was done here. And the fans, if you're paying attention, they're turning.
Let me just ask you one question, and this is a totally different conversation. But let's say you're at the link in the 2027-28 season where they recognize the 2017-18 Super Bowl champs. Would you applaud Carson Wentz?
Yes.
All right, Carson Wentz left, and when he went to Indianapolis, he said, "This is more my
kind of people,
my kind of town." Like Carson Wentz,
but he didn't do what Carson Wentz didn't quit on.
He didn't do what AJ's doing.
He didn't quit on you.
He didn't quit on you. You're right. You're right.
John.
Absolutely.
And AJ's been tweeting, and everything makes sense now. All the checks line up. And John, I know you dismissed the rumors, but
I can dismiss the rumors out of speaking to people who are well connected. I can absolutely dismiss the rumors. As
Some
they
of
are
the
written.
rumors.
How about this? As they are written on social media, I can dismiss the rumors.
Yes, that part. Now, what I wanted to say to you, John, is there is something to be said about AJ leaving the breadcrumbs before he left. At his camp, he said, "Oh, there's going to be things about me said in the media, don't trust it." And then in his video with Taylor, he said, "Our wives never had any issues." It's like he's saying things that none of us ever said. No, who said your wives had issues? Like,
Well, that was being said.
now we
No,
get
but
reports that their wives were
Well,
beefing.
yeah, but
Scott,
that was
it's
being
like
said on social media.
He lives online. Thanks for the call. We know that A.J. Brown, whether his account is deactivated or not, the 1K always open, that doesn't mean there isn't like a burner account 2K always open.
Absolutely.
Like, you
Absolutely.
know, there is A.J. Brown, if there's anybody where it is a certified lock that he has a burner account.
Kevin Durant.
They follow each other, I'm sure.
I guarantee
They're
you, the two of
burners.
them. They're like little teenagers.
It is a guarantee. A.J. Brown called into a radio station because he had rabbit ears. All right.
I mean, come on.
That guy's
Come on.
online.
First of all, don't believe a damn thing he says to you. Because, again, you loved him. He never loved you. And he admitted it.
He loves
He
New
admitted
England,
it.
man.
He never loved you.
He knows it's not heaven, but he's pretty close to it.
He never loved you, and you fell for it. You fell for it. You bought it.
All right, coming up next, you choose what you want to believe. But we have dueling former Eagles, John, on the not-so-football-related things with A.J. Brown.
Oh, jeez.
Hear them next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
I love being able to tell you about my friends Dan White and Associates, and for around 4 decades, they've been helping people with retirement and financial planning. Now, some of you dream of retirement every day. Some of you are dreaming of that next house, or how am I going to get my kids through college? And you need that financial plan, those guardrails. Well, each client's unique needs are addressed individually with Dan White. And they stress test your retirement plan if you're on the path towards retirement, and you want to know if you're doing the right things. And they take a different approach than most advisors by educating their clients on retirement planning. And here's what you need to do. You need to get some certainty in your financial future. So they host these educational seminars throughout Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. You can go and have a nice meal. You can meet the team from Dan White and Associates. They're great, great people. And then you're going to want to have your own complimentary no-risk consultation at one of their offices in Middletown or Lewis, Delaware, or Glen Mills, Pennsylvania. And then you're going to understand how you can have finances in retirement that'll put you at ease, how you can find certainty in your financial future. So check out danwhiteandassociates.com. Get in touch with these folks. Have a meeting with them, and I promise you, peace of mind's right around the corner.
7.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, let's get to a bunch of things real quick. Let's go to the Davis Honda text line. You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. The topics that we started off the show with this morning. Do you believe the Eagles offense will improve significantly in 2026? John Kincade, that's the word that he used. Now that we know that A.J. Brown is gone, now that we know that Kevin Patullo is gone, do you believe that the Eagles offense will improve significantly? And with everything that you heard from A.J. Brown yesterday when it came to his words, not the rumors and stuff, even though we'll get to those in a minute here, all the stuff that he said with Maria Taylor, all the stuff that he said to the New England media, I want to get rid of leading my sentence off for now. I love what he did here, but I appreciate everything that he did here.
Yeah,
but
stop.
I'll get there. But right now, I'm pissed off.
You will get there?
Yeah, I mean, look what I will still applaud him in 2034.
No,
right around the corner.
I
I
will
didn't agree with Scott, our caller.
I will one day cheer him when the 10-year anniversary of the Super Bowl champions is.
Yeah.
I will not ever root for him personally again.
I'm rooting for him to fail.
I root for him. I will actively root for him to be a complete failure and utter failure because he is a complete and utter fraud.
I want him to one day realize, oh my God, what was I doing back in 2024, back in 2025? Like, I want him to have that moment. He's going to be sitting with his kid and say, hey, don't make the mistakes I made. Like, I want that. I want that to happen. I want him to fail.
I will actively root for his failure.
Yeah.
Because he's never going to – he's a child. He's a man-child. He's never going to accept the world. He's the world's victim. The world's out to get him. Everybody's done him wrong. He's never the problem. I don't know. Everybody in their lives has met people like this.
Oh, yeah.
And he's one of them.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's freaking exhausting.
Yeah.
And it's a problem. I hope, honestly, for somebody who talks as much about mental health and getting get the help and do the right things and everything, he obviously whoever he's getting the help from, I got to question it because he's definitely not. He doesn't seem like he's getting what he needs.
Well, he thinks he's happy now, and that is
really.
He sounds
to me he sounds manic. To me, he sounds manic.
Living in that world, it's another step in that world of mental health. He thinks he's going to be happier now.
Yep.
Until he's not.
He sounds manic. Like yesterday. He's like everything's great, everything's perfect, it's wonderful. Yeah.
And he didn't realize how good he already had.
We'll see.
All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? Davis on the text line. Feel the Davis difference in Burlington.
Tom Promolny says, AJ, also known as A. Jerk Brown, quit on the Eagles. Champions never quit. I'm glad he's gone.
All right. Yeah, the tide has shifted big time.
Thankfully, it's almost like a veil has been lifted, I really believe, from people's that people are finally waking up to it and going, this guy wasn't a good he wasn't a good dude.
No, a lot of people were duped, man.
No matter how much the media tries to convince you, and I'm going to say it, no matter how much the media members of this town try to convince you that this was some really good dude, he's shown you who he is. They fell for the veil. They fell for it because he's not. His behavior has shown you he's not.
Well, also people are going to turn now that he's not an Eagle. When he was still an Eagle, he could do no wrong. I got a tweet from Robert in response to, I put out on social media yesterday, like how crazy it is that we're gobbling up every rumor online right now, but we refuse.
Oh, yeah.
But a lot of people refuse to believe that he was going to be traded. Robert responded to me this morning. Once the Eagles traded up and drafted a wide receiver in the first round, that's when it became crystal clear he was gone. Everything before that was rumors and unsourced reports.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, come on.
Oh,
man.
get out of here.
All right. Speaking of rumors.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
It was crazy yesterday. But we have dueling former Eagles. And do they still work together on a podcast occasionally?
I'm not sure.
Deshaun and Shady.
Well, Deshaun's a head football coach now.
But they did do stuff together.
They did for a while, yes, and they both are dying to be relevant with this current Eagles era. Dying for relevance
because they didn't win.
They're dying to be associated with the relevant Eagles era that won something.
Here's
both of these
Deshaun Jackson up in Adams with Kay Adams. Here's Deshaun talking about other stuff.
out of like a pie, how much percentage is about football and how much was about not football?
I'd probably say 60-40. 60 football and 40% drama.
So this is about football. People think it's not about football like at all.
Nah, it definitely was about football, but I think the off the football allowed it to translate to the football, if that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, family life football, I mean, that's what it really comes down to. And, when you get that's why they always say it's hard to, do business with friends or with family.
So, people were taking that as he was saying that there was stuff other than football. I believe it's more than just football. I'm not saying I believe what's out there online.
Well, please don't.
What I was saying yesterday is you don't go from the godfather of a child to we grew apart in, 18 months?
Here's what I'm going to say to you about the godfather of the child thing. Think of the person giving the honor. When people don't have close relationships with other males in their lives, long-term close relationships with other males, they're grasping for something. They run hot. His feelings for Jalen Hurts may have run hot. Like, he's my best friend. He's the best guy in the whole world. Oh my gosh. They met on a recruiting visit. Yeah. They did not know each other until he was 18 years old. They did not spend a ton of time together, even during college years. Didn't spend a ton of time together. This whole idea of who's your best friend, Andrew? You've talked about it. You had dueling.
I got dueling best friends.
You had dueling best men,
I
right?
had two co-best men.
And you guys spent tons of days, tons of experiences, tons of things.
That's why I couldn't pick between the two.
Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown never did that.
Yeah.
So there are different levels to people saying best friends.
Okay.
Much different. And someone just being the godfather of their kid, maybe if you don't have really good friends, you don't have a lot of choices. Maybe if you don't have long-term friends, you don't have a lot of friends to choose from. You don't have a lot of long-term relationships built because you burn through people.
Could be.
You don't have a lot of choices.
So Deshaun makes it seem like there might be some personal stuff, and then there's Shady on the speakeasy.
Shady looks for.
Hold on.
Come on.
We have dueling reports. Here's Shady.
Let me address it. Please. Yo, AJ got a real situation. He got a wife.
Yeah.
He's a faithful dude. Jalen Hurts, he's a faithful dude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then Hassan Reddick, that's not even the same. Now, this is Deshaun Jackson, Shady McCoy, and somebody like that. Like, that might be a question. We might be running around. But they not even into that. It's crazy. In Philadelphia, after a big game, they don't throw big parties.
Yeah.
We used to win games and throw big parties. Yeah. Holla at me. Yeah, you and your friend, y'all get in free. But they don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. They ain't out till 5 o'clock in the morning after a big game with the Giants. They ain't doing all that. Yeah. So these rumors are false.
He says they're false.
The rumors are false. I'm telling you flat out they're false. And enough people that are in the know that I've spoken to have told me they're a joke. They're false. They're ridiculous. The whole masseuse story doesn't even add up as far as there being an employee that, like somebody that's around that time frame. And I can tell you, Hassan Reddick was not even well thought, like really close and thought of well by a lot of people. Like he's not even, it's a ridiculous story. Ridiculous. And believe me, if it was a true story, Shady would love to run with it. Nobody would love to run with it more than Shady.
Oh, he's a running back.
Well, that makes sense.
I'd love the true story of those parties. Sounds like a time.
In their era, in their era, that could very well have happened.
He admitted it. He said, "Me and Deshaun,
yes,
we ran around."
It could have happened. Yes.
All right, coming up next, we get back to actual football stuff. Will this offense be better in 2026? Well, one reporter let us know that A.J. Brown spoke for a lot of his teammates last year. Is that a problem or a good sign? We'll explain more coming up next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What's next for the Birds? I'm Connor Thomas. The A.J. Brown trade felt very real yesterday as he had his introductory press conference and first practice in New England. It was also the first chance for a lot of Eagles players to react to the situation. Quinyon Mitchell, who had a special relationship with A.J. Brown, talked about it.
Yeah, that's my big brother. I wish him nothing but the best. It's a business. He helped me, grow with my game and gain more confidence. So I'm thankful for him, man. I love him as a big brother.
And there's certainly still love for AJ from some players in that locker room, but the team's got to move on. They're preparing for the season. They'll have their final day of OTAs tomorrow. Mandatory minicamp begins on June 9th. Brandon Graham released was the other big point of news from the Eagles. Now, he can still return. It was more of just a logistics move there, so we'll keep an eye on that situation. Phillies took down the Padres 3-2 last night. The offense was relatively quiet. Bryce Harper, a 2-run homer. Brandon Marsh, a 4-hit night. But outside of that, not much. But they still found the win. And Aaron Nola went 5 innings, only 2 earned. Another strong start in the right direction for him. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. as Christopher Sanchez faces Walker Buehler. We'll see if that scoreless inning streak continues. The Vegas Golden Knights took a 1-0 lead in the Stanley Cup Finals after a 5-4 victory over the Carolina Hurricanes last night. Don't miss it, 9 a.m. Jahan Dotson, former Eagles wide receiver, will join us to talk about his experience in that wide receiver room. Rod Davenport, who covers the Titans for ESPN NFL Nation, joins us at 9:30. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Kincade Salciunas coming your way now.
All right, it is 7 a.m. and we get back to football talk here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. After such a wild day yesterday on the A.J. Brown non-football related front. It was just, you know me, I'm very anti-social media. I'm very anti-cell phone. And
Connor, we're right on that, right, with Andrew. He's pip.
Yeah, he's ancient. He's the oldest guy on the show.
I had to put my phone down. Like, I was like, I got.
Yeah, you had to.
I got to put this down. This is even more so than what I normally do. I was like, all right, I got to go away. I got to go feel grass outside. All right.
Field grass? Oh, okay. I just had field grass. Okay.
Oh, no, that happened.
I just wanted to make sure.
All right. We have a poll up and running on today's topic. And the poll is always brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. There's a reason why our polls are strong for 4 hours every single morning. And Dr. Ramadan Appel is the reason of that. Connor, I know it's in response to today's topic. What do we got?
Without A.J. Brown and under Sean Mannion, where do you believe the Eagles' offense will rank this season? Now, a bit of a sliding scale, but largely on the side of John Kincade so far. There are three options: top 10 offense, middle of the road, or not improved. Only 5% of people are saying not improved. So 95% are between the two improved options, 42 saying middle of the road, 53 saying top 10 offense.
Whoa, 53 go
People
top 10.
are high on the birds.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't go top 10 if it's. Does it say offense or passing offense?
Top 10 offense.
Wow. Here's the only issue I've got, and we'll talk more about it in the coming weeks, I'm sure, as we get closer. Next week, they have the mandatory mini camp, and we'll talk more about it then. I sort of have this nagging concern about where Saquon fits.
With this style of offense?
Yeah. And Andrew DeCecco joins us tomorrow, and I really want him to he got into it a little bit with us last week. I'd like him to get into it with us a little bit more tomorrow, because he'll understand it more about where, he'll be like, John, seriously, put that away. There's nothing to that. There's nothing to worry about with that. But to me, there's a nagging concern with that.
Here's what I'll say on that. Chris Cooper, new offensive line coach, and he's working under the scheme of Sean Mannion, which is the more athletic, get out into space type of offensive line coaching. That's not exactly Lane Johnson's bread and butter.
It is.
I don't think anyone's worried about whether or not Lane Johnson will be okay.
I think there's going to be growing pains this year. I am in the, I guess, what are you considering middle of the road?
See, I consider middle of the road the Eagles offense being, I really believe the Eagles offense is going to end up around 12 to 16.
All right, so if you're saying top 10 offense, then middle of the road will be what, 11 through 19?
Yes, that would be 11.
I still think the Eagles could be in the 20s in terms of
I do not.
overall offense.
I do not.
They better not be.
Well, here's you want to talk about your concern, how Saquon fit, your concern, how the offensive line fits. Here's my initial concern. And I am always open to be proven wrong. I don't think I've ever run from that.
No, we're all wrong on this show.
You guys do realize that the defenses are going to do the exact same thing this year. They're going to stack the box to try to stop Saquon Barkley and let Jalen Hurts beat them, right?
Until they are proven wrong, and that's another thing for Mr. DeCecco tomorrow morning, is the idea is that they're going to know, look, Sean Mannion is the smartest guy in the room from a lot of accounts. Where does a lot of people, where do we believe that's going to work out? He's going to know that's coming. So they're going to have things that are going to deal with that. By the way,
it's up to the prove it your quarterback, by the way.
It is.
I mean, that's
no, and you're not, and that's not a shot at Jalen. But that's not a shot at Jalen either.
Dude, there's a lot of pressure on Jalen Hurts this year.
There is.
Like a ton of pressure on Jalen Hurts, which is why I'm not top 10 offense. I hope so. Because if they're a top 10 offense, they're winning the Super Bowl this year. Mark my words. Top 10 offense, they win the Super Bowl because they're gonna have a top 5 defense.
I think the defense is going to be wild.
If you're giving me a top 5 defense and a top 10 offense, the Eagles will win the Super Bowl. It's going to happen. Mark my words.
I would agree with you.
I think they can win a Super Bowl without being top 10.
How about this? Not that they're going to. I'm not going to say definitely win the Super Bowl, but I'm going to be like, wow, they are absolutely in that mix.
Well, if they're not allowing more than 20 points a night and they're scoring. Top 10 offense means they're scoring, 27 points a game?
Yeah, that number 95 guy in L.A. makes me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, the one thing is, I'm just going to say again to you, is that the numbers, and by the way, I got better numbers. It's happened 3 times in this century. 3 times that the team with the best Super Bowl odds on June 3rd in Vegas has won the Super Bowl. So just take that into consideration. 3 times. That's pretty amazing. That's it just goes to show you 3 times in 26 seasons it's happened.
Now, here's what's going to be fun. You want a little bit of a September preview?
Okay.
As we are in June. You start off Commanders, Titans. Those are 2 huge games. Because if Sean Mannion can show and Jalen Hurts can show that they can throw the ball all over the place on a couple bad defenses, by the time you get to Chicago in week 3, the league's already going to start turning into, we got to respect it. And you got a great setup to maybe show fool's gold that fools a couple people outside. I think it's a great way to start the year.
Do you remember what Dan Orlovsky said? That Dan Orlovsky, the minute that the schedule came out, he thought that the Eagles have the best schedule of any team in the NFC.
Yeah.
He's like, I think the Eagles have the best he goes, they don't face a real challenging defense that he believed it was going to give Sean Mannion a long, long runway to get things worked out. He thinks the Eagles' offense is going to be able to have plenty of time to get cooking.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
By the way, the Niners were the 10th best team in points per game last year, just under 26 points per game. The Eagles were, I don't know what number rank they were, but they were just over 22 points per game. So if they're averaging 26 points per game, which would be good enough for top 10 as of last year, and their defense gives up, what, 20? They're winning this. I'm telling you right now, they're winning the Super Bowl.
They would have.
I don't believe they're making that leap just yet.
They'd have a great chance. How about this? They'd have a great chance.
They have an absolute great chance. All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. And then you're going to hear from James Palmer, because James Palmer was on with Middays with Marks yesterday talking about A.J. Brown and sort of the aftermath and how he did, in fact, speak for a lot of people. Hell, we talk about all the time that we agreed with a lot of the things that A.J. Brown said, just not the way he went about it. We'll discuss if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'll explain more in a minute. What do we got on the text line?
Now, are you sure we want to get back to our regularly scheduled Eagles conversations post A.J. Brown? You're sure? Because be careful what you wish for. Bobby from Chalfont checks in, says, the offense improving is based entirely on the health and performance of the offensive line. Hurts can win so long as the run game and defense is elite. He's a more athletic Trent Dilfer.
All right, so that's a stretch.
Crazy town.
But I'm not disagreeing with the offensive line part. Like
I'm not disagreeing with him at all on that either.
Like they sucked last year because the offensive line was hurt, like legitimately injured.
Legitimately injured. And again, I think you're going to hear a storyline next week of where two guys on that offensive line, maybe Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson, you're going to hear where they're feeling better than they felt in a while.
That's good.
That they're on the path of saying, we're feeling better.
Which is why I would imagine they may have
on the path
different
to
feelings about A.J. Brown that a lot of people will like to think.
I think I think there's some I think you're also going to hear that there's players in that locker room who are going to say, first of all, I can tell you for a fact that the Eagles as a team, shut up everybody.
Yeah.
Don't talk about A.J. Brown until A.J. Brown's gone. Because there's a trade that has to come down. Do nothing to hurt the value.
And you already got Jordan Mailata saying, "Thank God it's over. We already have enough stuff to worry about going into a."
And he called it the what word did he use?
Well, he called it the A.J. Brown saga.
The A.J. Brown saga.
He was wondering if there was
he called it debacle. I thought
debacle. Yeah.
And it was a debacle. It's a debacle when the Super Bowl champs are 4-0, and one player decides he's going to derail everything for his own selfish desire.
They still got a first round pick.
And I'm telling you, it annoys me, and you know the respect I have for the Philly beat writers.
Yeah.
The Eagles beat writers, I believe, it's like the best in the NFL that I've seen. I think it's an amazing group. But I will tell you, the love affair they have. A.J. Brown, he'll be lucky if he finds anybody that loves him as much as the beat writers do. They love him, and the way that they've spun it, as far as A.J. Brown, is sort of a one-sided tale, the way that it's been spun, and I believe we're now going to see the cracks that were like, dude, they weren't telling you the real story. They weren't telling you the whole story. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. All right. Let's play this clip from James Palmer. So James Palmer, all Middays with Marks yesterday, sort of talking about the leadership, which A.J. Brown was a captain, and A.J. Brown was a big part of the success that the Eagles have had over the last 4 seasons. Here's James Palmer talking about sort of A.J. Brown's voice for everyone else.
The part that really stood out to me, honestly, the most was when he discussed the internal pressure that this team put on themselves after the Super Bowl. I thought that was really telling. And the depth of the conversations that they had in the locker room about maybe some of the strengths and weaknesses that they had. And I was always told that some of the stuff that AJ was saying, maybe publicly, maybe through social media, maybe through the media itself, there was plenty of guys on that staff that didn't disagree with him. Maybe they didn't agree with him saying it, but they thought he was right in a lot of the concerns that he had with the way the offense was working, with the struggles the offense that he saw. He's a really smart football player. Like you mentioned, the show I host with Steve. Steve and him are close, and Steve's like, his IQ in terms of football and understanding the game is outstanding. So he saw a lot of these things that were maybe coming up short with them as an offense that were concerning to him. And he's not alone. They were probably concerning to some other people in that room. But that part of the conversation was telling to me that it almost like he saw some of the writing on the wall about the way this offense operated. And listen, he was a little disgruntled when Saquon's getting 2,000 yards and they're winning a Super Bowl. uncomfortable because there is a part of every one of these players that their legacy plays a factor.
You heard that last line.
Yeah, that's where that part is the part that needs to be expounded on much more.
And that's the part that nobody agrees with. When I agree.
He was a jealous guy.
I agree with what James Palmer was saying, that A.J. Brown probably spoke for a lot of people. But I would.
He spoke for us?
Yeah.
He spoke for us.
But I would like to assume that he's not speaking for a lot of people complaining that Saquon Barkley had all this success.
No, he was not. In fact,
I think he was speaking for himself there.
In fact, he was not speaking for others because the players on the team, the respect they had for Saquon Barkley.
You mean they wanted to win a Super Bowl, and that was the best way for them to win the Super Bowl?
Correct. And by the way, the offensive line went to the coach's office and demanded it, and that's the reason that they changed the offense.
Yeah. So, a couple of takeaways here. So, A.J. Brown spoke for a lot of people, and
by the way, we believe that.
So, isn't it a problem that it was never really fixed? Like, he saw the writing on the wall, is what James Palmer said.
But why was it not fixed? Because the head coach was allowed to hire his boy, who was completely incompetent.
Yeah, he was really bad. Kevin Patullo sucked.
He was horrible, and the Seattle Seahawks showed you by talking to 36 different people, whether it's by Zoom or whether it's by, it's not like they brought in 36 people to
They had a big search.
They said, oh, we won the Super Bowl? Well, that doesn't mean we're just going to let the head coach pick somebody, his buddy. We're going to go out and we're going to look at all the talent that's potentially out there and make the choice. The Seattle Seahawks exposed how horrible it was that Kevin Patullo was ever hired here.
All right, so now they have Sean Mannion. Does that mean it's a good sign? Like, I don't know. Like,
Well, they turned over every rock to find Sean Mannion.
But is A.J. Brown, was he upset with the quarterback play? Was he upset with the style of offense? Was he upset that he just wasn't getting the ball? That was clearly a problem of his own. But we also agreed with a lot of the issues that he pointed out. And so I'll go back to what I was saying 10 minutes ago. There's a lot of pressure on Jalen Hurts this year. There's a lot of pressure on Nick Sirianni this year. And don't give me there's pressure on those guys every year. They play in Philadelphia. There's a lot of pressure.
Bill and Ricky don't agree.
Yeah, I don't agree with them. I saw your bet that you made while I was away.
They don't agree. They don't agree. This is a prove-it year for Nick Sirianni.
I'm on your side. If
this team doesn't win a playoff game,
yeah,
Nick Sirianni's not the coach the year after.
And
I'm telling you right now.
And the offense looks rough.
This team
majority of the season again.
This team with this talent, if they don't win a playoff game, Nick is not coaching the team in 2027.
And I don't think Jalen Hurts is the quarterback in 2027.
Well, that's bold and beautiful. That to me is a bridge too far. I won't even go there.
If they're a bottom third passing offense,
Now, if you go there,
that's why I would imagine they lose. Like if I'm being honest with you guys.
No. Okay.
Let's go back to the Super Bowl year.
All right.
We've done this exercise numerous times. What's the number one reason why they had that success in that season?
The running game.
The running game, which starts
bullied people.
Offensive line.
Yes.
Saquon Barkley. You want to go 1A, 1B. The defense, right? So you can tell me 1, 2, 3 in whatever order you want. That order includes offensive line, Saquon Barkley, defense. The Vic Fangio, right? That's 4. When are we saying the passing offense? We're not. We're talking about how the passing offense was good in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. Good times for it. Very good times for it. But nobody's saying that the passing offense is the reason why they got to and won the Super Bowl.
No, and the passing offense actually was bigger in 2022.
Yeah, it was great. It was
which was better. But still, they bled in 2022. Remember how many times the fourth quarter the offense was able to take off? Remember how many times they pulled the starters out?
That was great.
I mean,
second quarter, they had a historic second quarter.
The best of all time in the NFL, the amount of points that were scored. They dominated teams, but they did a lot of that by throwing the ball. They threw the ball in that second quarter. They slit teams.
They were great.
They slit teams' throats.
Yeah.
They went out there and did
A.J.
it.
Brown cared.
I had a debate the other day on socials with Dylan, shocking, that Dylan was like, the main cog of the, guy was arguing about the main cog of the 2024 Eagles, A.J. Brown. And I went, are you kidding me? Main cog? Saquon Barkley was main cog A, main cog 1A. The offensive line was main cog 1A. Saquon Barkley was main cog A. And that goes before Jalen Hurts ever even comes into the picture, let alone A.J. Brown being mentioned.
Yeah.
I mean, ridiculous.
Absolutely. All right, what do we got on the Davis on a text line? You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington.
Yeah, so we have people checking in on the Eagles' offense, and Colby in Central PA believes they'll be significantly better. And he says when passing this year, Jalen will be able to make his reads without agenda, worrying about who gets the ball. He will have all of his options without having to be distracted by whether or not A.J. Brown needs to be involved.
Yeah, so look, we've had this conversation a bunch, about forcing the ball to A.J. Brown. Worse things could happen. Like you're getting the ball to a very good wide receiver.
You're getting the ball to one of the best.
And if you design the offense to get him in space, I'm totally fine with it. I'm totally fine with it. Early on in the season, the first 4 games before AJ kind of popped off, right? Because it was the Tampa game. Jalen, 19 of 23 for 152 yards. Efficient. 15 of 22 for 101 yards. 21 of 32 for 3 touchdowns. He was great against the Rams in the second half. By the way, AJ was great in the second half of that game. And then Tampa, 15 of 24 for 2 touchdowns, 130 yards. They were really bad in the second half. Was Jalen great the first 4 weeks? I thought he was efficient.
He was efficient. But you know what, though? He didn't have to be any. They didn't put the ball at risk. That was the head coach's philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't put the ball at risk. They made good plays. I think that's awesome. That's great football to me. Don't put the ball at risk any more than you have to, and be efficient.
I get what the texts are saying. I just don't totally agree with the whole agenda thing. You're not force feeding the ball to your 4th string wide receiver. You're force feeding the ball to A.J. Brown. I was okay with that last year.
Right.
When the games, how many times did we say, how come they're not getting him the ball? And then they start giving him the ball, and now it's, he's force feeding the ball to him. Well, what do we want? Balance. I get it. We want balance. We'll see how it goes. All right, coming up next. We can continue to watch history tonight, Johnny, at Citizens Bank Park.
I can't wait. I've never been this excited for a regular season game in a while.
All right. We have that tonight. I have a story for you about tomorrow. And also, John Kincade says the Phillies have to do something to get the attention of the front office. And maybe Bryce Harper started that yesterday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right. Let's talk about that FanDuel Sportsbook app. I love them. They're fantastic. Who do you think's going to be wearing the ring at the end of the NBA Finals? I think it'll be San Antonio. But you could take your shot with FanDuel, and you might just be celebrating a victory of your own. Right now, new customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. So think about this for a second. The NBA Finals, it's not 7 straight days where there's NBA Finals action. So there's going to be days off in between. So use that $5 bet on a baseball game as well. You can bet on the Fightins. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to bet all of your favorite players during the NBA's biggest event. Play your game any way you want. You can seek out individual player markets for baskets and rebounds, or you can build an epic same-game parlay for a chance at a bigger payout, or you can just build the Wemby parlay. Points, rebounds, assists, steals, Spurs win. You can do that all in one game. It's up to you. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. So if you're ready to play your game, just head to FanDuel.com/local. That's FanDuel.com/local to join now and get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-triple bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles shifting focus. I'm Connor Thomas, and the A.J. Brown trade felt more real yesterday as he had his introductory press conference and first practice in New England. It was also the first opportunity for some Eagles players to react to this situation. Cooper DeJean talked about his thoughts on A.J. Brown leaving.
Anytime you lose a great player like him, it hurts, and he's a great friend of mine. He was a great teammate in our locker room, but there's a business side to this thing, so everybody did what was best for them.
And business must go forward for the Birds. The team is moving on to prepare for the season. They'll have their final day of OTAs tomorrow. Mandatory minicamp begins on June 9th. Some other news for the Birds. Brandon Graham was released yesterday. He can still return. More of a logistical move there contract-wise. The Phillies took down the Padres 3-2 last night. Offense was relatively quiet again, but Bryce Harper's 2-run homer and Brandon Marsh's 4-hit night was enough. Aaron Nola went 5 innings, 2 earned. Another solid start for him. He's heading in the right direction. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Christopher Sanchez looks to continue continue his historic scoreless inning streak against Walker Buehler. Vegas Golden Knights took a 1-0 lead in the Stanley Cup Finals after a 5-4 victory over Carolina last night. Got a big interview coming your way at 9 o'clock. Jahan Dotson, former Eagle. He was in that wide receiver room with A.J. Brown. Joins us to talk about it. Teron Davenport of ESPN NFL Nation covers the Titans. Will join us at 9:30 for a look at A.J.'s exit from there. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the NBA Finals. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Connor, Kincade and Salciunas, Philly Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. We got some Phillies talk coming up in a minute here, but
so excited.
I am laughing. Coming up at 9 o'clock today, great work by Connor Thomas. We will have Jahan Dotson on the show. And Jahan Dotson, now with the Atlanta Falcons, will be joining us to talk about the Philadelphia Eagles. And Jahan Dotson, if you guys remember, after leaving Philadelphia, was very, very, very public about his support for Jalen Hurts.
And spoke of his leadership, spoke of his the mentality that he takes to the job every day of being the guy who runs that team.
By the way, a guy that had 37 catches. So, like, it's not like he's saying these great things about Jalen Hurts because Jalen got him the ball 8 times a game.
No, Dotson was just a good...
That's A.J. Brown.
Dotson was just a good teammate.
So, Jahan Dotson will join us at 9. And, of course, Jahan Dotson was also in that locker room.
Mm-hmm.
As was Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who just logged on to Twitter.
Here we go.
Here we go. Is this car stolen again?
He puts out a random tweet 15 minutes ago.
He's so thirsty to be paid attention to.
We had all that beef in Philly locker room. Sheesh. And then he followed up by saying, I'm going to be real about that situation, but if I speak, I'm capped. Because people don't believe Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I think, is one of the most honest people because I don't think he's a filter. Do you guys agree?
No.
Yes.
No?
No. One of the most honest people? No. Do I think he doesn't have a filter? Yes.
Okay.
Do I think that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson will tell you the truth? No. Absolutely not. No.
If he's got time on his hands, I wouldn't be surprised.
The truth? No. Do I think he'll spin things in his favor? Yes.
All right.
Do I think he has an agenda to always spin things in his favor? Yes.
All right. Well, I will put the
But he'd love to be back here, I'm sure.
I'll put the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson noties on, and I will let you know if he has another day where you were off. It was the day Andrew DeCecco's in for you, and it was the Saquon contract stuff.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
He was just popping off.
You told me.
We were doing like live updates on the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson Twitter account. So if he says anything,
yes, keep an eye on it.
We'll keep you posted.
By the way, though, I do believe the no filter. I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm not interested in what he has to say, but I do believe I will take things that he says with a grain of salt.
I got you
because he's
if it's about him, I know what you're saying, but this ain't about him.
No, because I think he has agenda. I think he's a man that always has an agenda. I don't know what the agenda is. I don't know him well enough to tell you, but I think he always has an agenda.
All right. Well, I'll keep you posted, Johnny.
Okay, do that.
On CJ,
I'm interested to hear. I'm interested to hear what he has to say because, by the way, I loved watching him play here.
Yeah, me too.
I loved. I enjoyed him more than I should have.
He already deleted one tweet.
Did he? Well, there you go.
He already deleted the. I would be real, but if I speak, I'm cat. He already deleted one tweet. He wants to. If there's anybody in the world that wants to
he's such a child.
That phone's speaking to him like the Green Goblin mask right
But
now.
you know what, though? It'll be he'll end up out of a job.
Is he on a team right now?
No, I don't think so. Is he? I thought Chicago.
Bills.
No, Bills?
Yes.
Is it Bills?
The Bills.
Bills.
Yeah,
there you go.
that.
He just can't stay anywhere. Just can't
I
stay.
love him.
I
love him.
I honestly, I would be happy to know he was back.
Yeah.
I'm crazy like that.
I think he's a great safety
because I think this Eagles locker room handled him really, really well.
Yeah, and you know what? I think he handled the locker room really well too.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Christopher Sanchez
I'm
back
so
on the
excited.
bump tonight. You just said going into the break that you've never been more excited for a regular season game.
I think I can't remember the last time I was this excited for a regular season game that did not include like winning a division or something.
Sure.
Like, I'm so excited to watch Christopher Sanchez go for history tonight. And just to explain to people again what he's going for. He pitches one scoreless inning tonight. Now, remember, he must complete an entire inning for it to count. His record right now is at 44 2/3 innings. If he pitches the first inning, ends scoreless, he will be in fourth place all time, tied with Zach Greinke.
Post dead ball era.
By the way, I covered Zach. Zach, a absolute lunatic, crazy person. Crazy person. So he'll be tied all time fourth place with Zach Greinke. If he pitches 2 scoreless innings, he pushes Zach Greinke to fifth, and he'd be tied. He'd be moving to fourth place, I'm saying, all alone, fourth place at 46 2/3. If he has 3 scoreless innings, he's going to be in third place all time alone at 47 2/3 innings, passing Bob Gibson, who's at 47 scoreless innings.
That guy was pretty good.
If he goes 3 innings tonight, scoreless, you are looking at the 3rd longest streak ever.
That's amazing.
Now, he cannot climb any higher tonight than 3rd because second place is 58 innings.
Right, yeah.
Is Don Drysdale, and 59 is Oral Hershiser. Now, I'm going to put a question to you and Connor. Let's say Christopher Sanchez scuffles tonight, but he pitches and gets through 5 scoreless innings, and he runs this to 49 2/3 innings, scoreless. If he gets through 5 scoreless innings tonight, and he's battling, and he just, I mean, it's a nail biter, but he fights his way through it and gets through it. But he still has, he's at like 83 pitches, 84 pitches.
He's still going.
Yeah, dude, not even a thought.
I can't think. Look, I was the same way with Saquon. I sit the starters.
But Saquon, though, you sat Saquon because you were worried about him being healthy for a Super Bowl run. You're not worried about Christopher Sanchez's health.
No, I'm
going out there.
You're
just worried about a record.
Yeah, I want him to keep pitching because I think he's better than our bullpen.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to tell you right now, if he gets through 5 scoreless innings and he's scuffling and he's sitting 3rd place all time, I'm looking out for Christopher Sanchez's spot in all-time history.
You're taking him out?
Yep.
Nah, it's team over individual always.
And you know what, though, Connor? I would normally be singing from your hymnal all the time. And I feel like a complete hypocrite saying it, but I would. This is such a monumental mark. If he goes 5 innings tonight scoreless, 3rd place all time with a chance to chase down Don Drysdale and that record, which is just unbelievable. And I remember when it was when you had Oral Hershiser going for the record to beat Don Drysdale. Like they were showing the ESPN, like at the time, didn't have all the games. I mean, they were showing you they were picking up games and things like that, live look-ins. This is going to be a huge story. If he gets through this tonight, it's even going to be a bigger story.
Yeah, the problem is if you only get him through 5, then he's most likely not going to be able to get the record next game because he would have to go complete game shutout to catch Hershiser.
Okay, here's what I'm going to give you to that. Then he goes to Toronto. So he's going to pitch. He'll pitch the first game in Toronto next week, okay?
Another tough team.
Then it would be he'd be going for it at the Brewers.
Another tough team.
Tough too.
You just go for the win.
So you just go for the win.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I know. I get what you're saying. I'm just going for it.
Because here's another thing the Phillies could really manipulate. If he was, let's say he gets through. What if he got through 6 tonight? Because the Padres are terrible. He gets through 6 and gets it to 50-something innings. Then he goes to Toronto and puts up 5 scoreless. He's 5 innings away from setting the all-time mark. Would you ever manipulate the starting thing so he pitches at home against the Marlins?
No.
Nah.
No, I'm not messing with anything.
Okay, so both of you are like, no way you don't manipulate anything.
No.
I feel like such a loser, boy. And I'm raising my hand. I'll double raise my hand. I'm sitting here going, God, I want him to be able to have every chance to get this record.
By the way, I think it ends tonight.
You do.
I agree with you.
You're playing the same team you just faced a couple days ago. They had eyes on you just a couple days ago.
They got the worst batting average in baseball.
And by the way, they came close.
They did.
A couple of times.
They have the worst batting average in baseball.
I hope he gets through 3.
Sanchez at home.
Yeah.
I hope he gets
Castellanos. What did you say? 3 innings?
3 innings. He's in 3rd place all alone, passing Bob Gibson by 2/3 of an inning.
He'll get there.
So you think he gets through the lineup once, scoreless?
Yeah.
And then
they just saw him how many days ago?
It was last week.
Yeah.
It was last week.
5 days ago, 6 days ago, something like that.
Yeah.
That's my biggest worry.
They did with Nola, too, and Nola was solid last night.
Nola, I got to tell you,
Nola's Aaron Nola, man.
Yeah, but Nola did,
as John Kincade said, he's an ace.
Nola did well last night. Aaron Nola is an ace. Is that AI?
All right.
Wait a minute. Did A.J. Brown make that? A.J. Brown may have made that.
All right.
What a loser.
So you're excited for tonight.
I am so excited. Like, I will not, how about this? I will make sure that I am there for the game, that it's not one of those things where you sometimes catch up through key plays on the YouTube TV.
Yeah.
I will make sure
you're locking in,
man. Because I'm going to want to see that top of the first and go, okay, you got through one.
Yeah.
Got through two.
He's chasing history. It's awesome.
I want to see it.
All right. And what's your call?
All right. This is quickly. Today's June 3rd, and it's that critical date because the Phillies are 2 games
that was
over.
June 1st, John.
No, today's June 3rd.
I know, but we've been talking about June 1st.
I know.
There's no other big days in June.
Well, no, it is. This is big for the Phillies because their last 2 times, 2022 and 2023, June 3rd, the Phillies were 6 games under 500. They made it to the World Series Game 6 and NLCS Game 7. So on this date, this calendar date, the year they ended up in the World Series and NLCS Game 7, they were 6 games under 500. They're 2 games over 500 this year. Anybody telling you are the Phillies a playoff team? You think they can be a playoff team? If they're asking you if you think they can be a playoff team, just look in their left ear because you're going to see out their right because they're simpletons. They have no idea what they're doing. They absolutely can be a playoff team. They're in much better position. In fact, they're 8 games better than they were in the 2 years they almost could have won you something.
They're 1 out of the wild card.
Right.
In case people care at this
But
stage.
I think they need to do this, guys. I believe the All-Star break is a realistic goal. Get into one of the wild card positions firmly by the All-Star break. And I think you're then going to compel John Middleton to do whatever it takes to go get that right-handed bat that can potentially fix this lineup.
Wait, they need another right-handed bat?
But here's one of the things. But here's one of the things that's going to change this year's trade deadline. There are going to be a lot of teams, and it's not being talked about yet. A lot of teams are not going to want to take on salary because you're going into a lockout season.
The Phillies will be one team that will do it.
I don't think Middleton's going to care if they show him in the next month, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, that this team looks like it has life and real.
You know what?
Mike Trout, see you
I
soon.
was just about to say, you know what he's not prepared for? And I'm talking about the man to my left. You're not prepared for the Mike Trout talk.
No, I'm not. But you know what, though?
He's having a great season.
He is having a great season, but he could be out next week with
I know.
menstrual cramps. I mean, come on. It could be anything. He's out a lot.
Legitimate injuries.
He broke down. It's amazing he broke down too early.
Be the best right-handed bat on this team immediately.
No, that contract would kill him.
No, but he would be, what Connor said is accurate. He'd be the
We're
best
heading into a
right-handed-
salary cap era. No.
He would be the best right-handed bat on this team the second he
no
walks.
question. He would, but the salary cap would kill you.
All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines. Also, I got to tell you something I'm so pumped for tomorrow that took place last night. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Hall of Fame sports writer Jason Stark.
The longest
Weekdays with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, we have today's headlines in a minute here, but I had a big moment yesterday in the ongoing life of being the father of Cooper Salciunas. Hey, Dad, can we go to a Phillies game?
Oh, that's so awesome.
Bro, I'm a sucker.
Did you have like the tear go down your face?
Yes.
One little tear?
I had a beer in my hand, and I toasted the heavens. I said, thank you for this. And Christy's like, I think he just made your life at that moment. So I immediately went online. We will be going.
What game are you going to?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, so you are going tomorrow afternoon?
Oh, yeah, I'm not waiting.
Okay, good.
The second he goes, can we go to Phil? Hell yeah. Now he doesn't know.
Oh, you taking him out of daycare?
Taking him out of daycare.
Oh, that's awesome.
Early trip to the ballpark tomorrow.
See, that's fantastic.
I've taken him to games before, but he's never asked. It's usually like, come on, bro, I'm taking you to the game.
See, that's fantastic. The idea that you and parents do more of it. Take your kids out of school. Let your kids miss school for things that are like, well, school's not really like, daycare's different.
Yeah.
But like school, even school things, when they can do something really, really cool, let them do it. And they can make up the day of school.
Yeah.
They can. There's life memories.
Oh, yeah.
There's things that I let Liv do during by saying like, no, you're not missing this.
Yeah.
That she will still today go, Dad, that was so cool.
Yeah, school's overrated.
School, yeah.
Well, not school overrated.
Way overrated.
Not school overrated, but hey, what can you do?
Big day tomorrow,
Hey,
man. Can't
maybe
wait.
for the two of us, Andrew, it was.
Yeah.
It was certainly us.
Get degrees, baby. All right, time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
What we got, V?
It's brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. I'll bring you back to a conversation we had a week or so ago about the rules surrounding collegiate sports these days and how you can change everything. Have you seen the name Jordan Adams in the news recently?
I have not.
So Jordan Adams was drafted by the Angels to play professional baseball. He ended up playing 38 games in the major leagues for the Angels and the Orioles combined. And now at 26 years of age, he is enrolled at SMU to go back to play college football.
What?
Yep.
So we've seen that before.
Whoa. 26 he's going back?
Yeah, after playing professional baseball at the major league level, going back and playing NCAA football.
This has been done before where they've played a different sport.
Michael Jordan.
But 26? Really?
I'm telling you, man, anybody can play college sports.
Okay,
these days.
that's crazy to me. That how do you go into the locker room and relate to your peers?
Well, there's guys that are probably 27 on that team, the way college football has been going.
No, but there really aren't. I mean, the amount of guys playing that are 24 in college football is slim. That are 24 years old. Let alone that. That's really odd. Chris Wenke played at 25 or 26 back in the day, and that was totally odd. Wow, man.
It's weird.
That's Peter Pan.
It's
the boy who never grew up.
It's very strange. But
what's he thinking?
Look,
he's doing?
SMU. It's not like he's going to like some
no,
some like Washington College.
he was
Maryland.
All right,
he's not going to a D3 school.
He was a 5-star in his recruiting class out of high school. He was above guys like Jamar Chase. So dude can ball too.
But does he think he's going to? First of all, does he think he's going to go somewhere like in the pros? They're going to be
maybe.
Really?
Maybe he wanted to go with the guaranteed contract route in baseball, and it's not working. So
no one's drafting you at that age.
He's a 5-star. They might sign him.
Question.
You never know.
No one's drafting you at that.
Does he have to play 2 years? Because remember, the rule in football, you have to play 2 years of college football before you get drafted in the NFL.
Yes, you have to play.
So
he
would be 28,
and he's not.
He'd be Brandon Whedon.
Well, he can't be drafted, but I guess he could be signed if he's no longer playing college ball. This is all I'm saying is college sports, anything's possible.
Well, if he was that good, Connor, I bet you he could have gotten a tryout already.
Yeah,
like somebody would have.
maybe he wanted to go back to school.
That's an interesting story.
Crush a couple beers down at SMU.
How it goes.
All right, we'll move on
Hey,
to somebody
young kids.
who may be looking for an opportunity to play football if his baseball season keeps going the way that it is. At least if you agree with Tom Hamilton, who calls Cleveland Guardian games on the radio side. He took a shot at one of Andrew Salciunas' favorite players, Jazz Chisholm.
That'll bring up Jazz Chisholm. Well, he predicted the Yankees will win the World Series. He did that last night on the Jimmy Fallon Show. Pretty amazing. He got on the Jimmy Fallon Show batting .239.
Fair shot or foul from a broadcaster?
I'd say foul because that's what a lot of guys are hitting in Major League Baseball these days. Batting average isn't necessarily the number to point to anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the number. Yeah, people will tell you that it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Jazz Chisholm wasn't on Jimmy Fallon. That was the show he says Fallon. He wasn't on Jimmy Fallon because of baseball. Jazz Chisholm is a character.
He's a very colorful character.
Yeah, he was. People forget he was on the MLB The Show once. Like
He's very.
He was the
He's
cover act.
very funny
With the Marlins, too.
Yeah.
Wild.
He's very funny. He's very glib. He's very funny. He's gonna be on a desk or a studio,
Something like that. Yeah.
at something probably sooner than later. The way he's playing, but you never know. You never know. No, I mean, as far as you don't think he's gonna be a long term. Like you think he's
hit
playing
31 home runs last year.
Does that count the home run derby?
No, the home run derby was horrible. He hit 31 home runs last year.
You think he's going to
Yeah,
be?
he's going to be playing for a
He's not
while.
He's not going anywhere.
You think he's going to be a guy who's going to play to like he's though? Like you think he's going to be one of those lifer guys?
Probably
I think
could,
he's
yeah.
going to be one of those guys who wants to be in the public eye more.
Well, he's already got 7 years service time. He'd want to get to 10.
He's going to get to 10.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that.
Could he play 12 years of Major League Baseball? Sure.
Oh no, yeah, I think he'd get
Right,
that.
that's another 5 years.
Future Philly Jazz Chisholm. We'll round out with this. The Vegas Golden Knights found themselves down 2-0 early in Game 1 against the Kansas Stanley Cup Final. Came all the way back for the 5-4 victory. Here's how it sounded on the TV broadcast.
3.5 to go. Hurdle into the dot to Sissons. Back for Hurdle. He scores! Tomas Hurdle. Then it's 5-4 Vegas with 3:24 to go.
First off, Tomas Hurdle, great name.
It's a great name, and I know that there were members of the Flyers media that were like, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" So upset seeing Torts get another win. That Torts, oh, we hate him. We can't stand him. He's such a meanie.
Good coach.
He's a great coach.
I'm rooting against him.
He's a freaking.
I'm rooting for him.
Well, I don't know why you're rooting for the team in our own division.
Yeah, you fire your coach, he ends up winning the Stanley Cup the next year. I know it's weird circumstances, but I'll always
Very
root
weird
against that.
Like, what are you doing?
Very weird.
I don't know, man. Hey, listen, my rooting interests are mine.
By the way, just so you guys know, Jazz Chisholm's .239 batting average would be third best among qualified
Oh
hitters
my
for
gosh.
the Phillies.
Oh my gosh.
Brandon Marsh.
Why don't you be quiet?
317.
Why don't you
Bryce Harper, 261. Kyle Schwarber is third with 234.
Why don't you just stop?
So you guys can mock Jazz all you want. One of Andrew's guys. He'd have the third highest batting average on the team, Connor.
Why don't
You
you
love
just
Jazz.
Why don't
I
you
do.
just why
Hang
don't you
on.
just stop?
I got to hit it for you.
I
Jazz
love-
Chisholm, Andrew Salciunas?
Yeah, dude, I love Jazz Chisholm. Dude would bring spark that this team needs.
Spark.
Bryce probably wouldn't like him. He'd
Isn't
say,
Spark that sex drug? Isn't that one that is the Spark? I think it is.
I don't know. I call Dr. out without a power.
No, that's what I'm saying is I think it's the one they sell at the gas station.
Oh, is that right?
Come on now. Come on, Andrew.
Like the horse pills.
I mean, seriously.
All right.
You're killing
I love
me
you,
now.
Jazz.
Unbelievable.
Former Philly Jazz Chisholm in my mind. All right, coming up next. Sometimes my long walks where I do a lot of thinking get me in trouble.
A lot of
But
thinking.
sometimes, Johnny, the 30-year-old pothead is on to something.
Uh-oh.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles back to work. I'm Connor Thomas, and the A.J. Brown trade felt a lot more real yesterday for the Birds as he had his introductory press conference and first practice in New England. It was also the first chance for a lot of Eagles players to react to the situation. Devontae Smith, who was in the wide receiver room with him for years, talked about it.
I mean, just the relationship we had, the brotherhood and things like that. You know, some things you look back and, you know, we had a good time here. We had a great time here. The things that we did, the things we accomplished on the field, off the field, you always cherish those moments.
But reality sets in, and that time has come to an end. Now the team is moving on towards preparing for the season. They'll have their final day of OTAs tomorrow. Mandatory minicamp begins on the 9th. Some other Eagles news. Brandon Graham was released yesterday. He can still return. More of a logistical move there, contract-wise. The Phillies took down the Padres 3-2 last night. Offense was a little bit quiet. Bryce Harper, 2-run homer, and Brandon Marsh, a 4-hit night. So they got some things going. And Aaron Nola's 5 innings, 2 earned. He's continuing to trend in the right direction. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. as Christopher Sanchez faces Walker Buehler. Sanchez looks to continue his historic scoreless inning streak. The Vegas Golden Knights took a 1-0 lead in the Stanley Cup Finals after a 5-4 victory over Carolina last night. Don't miss Jahan Dotson, former Eagles wide receiver, joining us at 9 a.m. Teron Davenport, who covers the Titans for ESPN, will join us at 9:30. This update is brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has led inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at crohnscolitisfoundation.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the NBA Finals, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
This is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yep, it is 8 a.m. here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Don't forget, coming up in an hour's time, Jahan Dotson, former Eagle, former teammate of A.J. Brown, Super Bowl champion Jahan Dotson will be joining us coming up at 9 o'clock. I'm curious. You know, here's we'll pull you guys behind the curtain a little bit, just sort of some of the questions. Like, was there distractions last year? Because Jordan Mailata said still again yesterday that they weren't distracted last year. They're happy that it's over now.
Yes.
Was there a moment where people around the room said, all right, this is it? Like,
I'm tired of this.
No, I'm not even saying for them personally. Like, they knew AJ was gone.
No, well, they obviously did when they came back. Obviously, Jordan let us in on that they all knew.
Yeah, they all knew.
They all knew when they came back to work this year, and he goes, it was great because we were able to focus and get back to work. Little taken behind the curtain there by Jordan Mailata. We didn't have the distraction of A.J. Brown hanging over us.
Did A.J. Brown actually speak for the teammates? Because remember, yesterday with Maria Taylor, he said that he speaks for the teammates or spoke for the teammates.
Really?
So did he actually? Does Jahan Dotson feel the same way? So we will speak with former Eagle and former teammate of A.J. Brown, Jahan Dotson, coming up at 9 o'clock. All right, real quick. Coming up in a few minutes, there was an article that broke down who won the trade between the Eagles and Patriots. I'll tell you about that coming up in a little bit. But there is one clip from the Maria Taylor podcast that I want to play that's not like A.J. Brown being a problem child and the Eagles suck and all this kind of stuff. Last year, and John, you were more on my side. Connor, you were not when it came to this discussion. But last year, during one of my long walks where I do a lot of thinking, it kind of hit me how much I hated the fact that the Eagles were running away from being Super Bowl champions. Remember the messaging?
Oh yeah,
that
happened last year.
Happened last year. We're not defending anything. That roster's not even the same. It's like Rob Thompson. 27% of the roster's different.
Yeah,
like they were going way over the top, trying to say that they weren't defending anything and that they were ignoring being the Super Bowl champion.
You hated it. You brought it up first.
I hated it.
I hated it too, but you brought it up, and I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Own it. Like damn right, we're the champs. Like we know that every single week we will be that team's Super Bowl. They're coming after us. They want to be able to say that they beat the defending Super Bowl champions. Instead, they played this weird what? Remember Sirianni? It's banner night tomorrow.
That was
remember
so dumb.
that? I hated it. Like I despised it. Right. So here's A.J. Brown talking about the expectations they dealt with.
What do you think happened after Super Bowl 59? What changed?
I think the expectations that we placed upon ourselves became too much. It's like, you have to understand this city. This city expects you to win every single year. And rightfully so, that's what we work for. But the expectations that we drilled in our brain, it's like, we have to win, we have to win, we have to win. And you can become so overly focused and you start pressing. And I think this team just started to do that over a period of time because we still had great players and it was still like the same really core guys. And you added some more guys, but things just kind of just started to go left and you're just like, man, we need to fix this, we need to fix that. But I just feel like we just started pressing as a team and the noise that come with it because everybody's expecting it. And you can try to like deny it all you want to. Like, we're defending champs and we said it all year, like, we're not defending nothing, but we are. We were, and it was a conversation that, we spoke about in the locker room. And obviously, we said what we need to be said in the media, but, it didn't go away because that was always the mission.
It was never going to go away. It was not
it
like
was not.
You could play as stupid as you want. This card of, defend what? The banner night. You could have done that all you want. Everybody knew you won the Super Bowl. Everybody knew that the defenses last year knew that they were lining up across from Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, that offensive line.
Why be corny?
I don't know.
Why be cliche corny just to be corny?
I don't know.
Like, I don't understand what's gained by it.
I wish they just
Nothing was
owned
gained by it, by the way.
No.
They came off looking silly.
Connor? Is a 30-year-old pothead on to something?
I don't know that I would word it that way, but I do understand the credence that's given to your point now. Now, my argument against it was that I don't believe that the Eagles actually believe that.
Right, I got you.
Right, so that was why I pushed back, because I believed kind of what we just heard from AJ there, that in the locker room they knew. That's the public perception they're putting on, and ultimately that's not what they really felt like. But you can argue whether or not that was silly and it was a waste of their energy to try and convince themselves of something they were never going to go to. And that's clearly something that affected them that year.
For a team that talks about focus and talks about making the main thing and everything like that, talking about nonsense like this and like we don't even know if it's banner night. Things like worrying about all that kind of stuff is just very surprising to me. Like, you're wasting your time.
I just want you to own it. Like,
you're wasting energy on things that you don't have to waste energy on. I don't understand it.
It's like they were trying to trick themselves into focusing more, and they overthought it.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good, Connor.
Noel chimes in. Why can't Eunice understand that that's a mindset? Now, I thought at the time it was the wrong mindset to have. I'd rather not ignore the fact. Hell yeah, I'm the champ.
They didn't. As Connor says, if you think they believed that they weren't the defending champs and that they had really put it behind them and everything, I think you're fooling yourself.
Yeah, I think they played the cards wrong last year.
I also think the offense sucks.
No, but you need to like own the bullet on like the target on your back.
Yeah,
own it.
We
wear it proudly.
We talk about it with fan base all the time, where we're people like being the underdog. Like
hungry dogs run fast.
It's such a loser. It's such a loser mentality.
I want to be the top dog.
Yeah, be a top dog. Like
top dog law, man.
Hey, Rocky, man, we love Rocky. It's like it's a loser mentality. Don't have it.
That's all.
Embrace being a winner. Embrace being a team with expectations.
By the way, speaking of team with expectations, so Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
What did he delete
on
now?
media? Well, he deleted the one tweet that if I speak on it, I'm capped. But a guy, Chase, quote tweeted his tweet that said, "We all had that beef in Philly locker room. Sheesh." Chase quote tweets it saying, "Crazy, we won that championship with all that going on." And Chauncey retweeted it.
Jeez. He can't help himself.
How many stories do we not know about?
Chauncey's another one, though.
Ask Big Dom.
He's another one who just can't help himself. Please be relevant. I want to be relevant. Please be relevant.
He could be relevant with the Bills this year. All right, who won the trade?
Who won
These are articles. I found it on NBC Sports Philadelphia. They grabbed a bunch of people's
opinions, like the immediate takes about who wins.
Jeff Howell of The Athletic, Eagles got a B+, Patriots got a B.
Okay.
Seth Walder, Eagles got A-, Patriots got a B-. Brian Diardo, Eagles C-, Patriots B+. Mark Schofield, Patriots A-, Eagles B. So the Diardo one, where the Eagles get a C-. Obviously, when you see a grade like I got in college, that's the one I want to read the most. Like, all right, why is he saying C-? Why did the Eagles lose this trade?
Well, first off, anybody who's telling you the Eagles lost the trade, I'd love to hear it.
So he says, while Roseman deserves credit for rebuilding the Eagles receiving core, the fact that he was unable to get a 2027 first-round pick for Brown is baffling. Back in 2022, the Packers received future first and second round picks from the Raiders in exchange for Davante Adams. Now, here is a big part of the next sentence that, and that's why. Adams was a better player than Brown is now, but that doesn't explain the compensation disparity. Yes, it does. If a player is better than another player, that means the better player will get more in return. There's also worries about a knee injury. Jeff McClain reporting yesterday that was a big reason why the Rams went away from it. Oh, by the way, there was no bidding war for A.J. Brown. Oh, by the way, Davante Adams wasn't being like a problem to get out. A.J. Brown wanted to leave. The fact that the Eagles got a first-round pick, I don't care about the year, is still amazing that they got a first-round pick for a guy that didn't want to be here, that one team ran away from because of the knee injury, and there was no other teams bidding. So what is he talking? What is this guy talking about?
He's not paying attention. He doesn't understand. It's like when nobody was at the table for A.J. Brown, which, by the way, tells you a lot about A.J. Brown. As I said to you, everybody who thinks what A.J. Brown is a wide receiver in the NFL, that tells me, oh, he's still a top 5 wide receiver. Really? Give me the other top 5 wide receivers. Tell me if they were available for trade. Tell me how many teams would be involved trying to get them. A.J. Brown's not a top 5 wide receiver. And so, like, what he got for him, Howie got a great deal. And Howie won the deal.
Now, he is still considered, according to Jeremy Fowler, a top 10 wide receiver.
If you're saying close to 10, yeah, probably.
So Jeremy was on with Middays with Marks yesterday. And remember, one of my favorite things that Jeremy Fowler does every summer is provide us with content. He does the top 10 list by position, but he interviews coaches and scouts and executives, right? Like the people in the know, the football guys. It's why last year when we did the quarterback ranking and Hurts, I think, was an honorable mention. I forget, around 14 or 15. we said, hey, even though they won the Super Bowl, the league still doesn't totally respect this guy. A.J. Brown, according to Jeremy Fowler yesterday, will be coming in inside the top 10. So there's still a lot of respect for the guy as a player. Top 5, sure. I don't think he's top 5, but top 10 is nothing to sneeze at.
No, I mean,
top 10 is pretty
but he's not.
good.
I mean, I'm going to push on. I'll push even Jeremy on top 10. I'll say the top 10 wide receivers.
Well, you're not pushing Jeremy. You're pushing
no, but I'd say if
coaches, scouts, executives.
But I'd say if they were available, then where were the phone calls? I'll disagree completely.
Well, we're talking talent. There's a lot more than just the talent to A.J. Brown.
Yeah, where exactly? Like A.J. Brown runs people off. There's he's not. The people don't look at him that if the other top 10 guys are there, top 10 wide receivers are there, I guarantee you they all have more of a market on the open trade
they're
market.
all younger and.
Well, that's why I don't think he is.
Well, let's bring up Puka Nacua, for example. Top 10 wide receiver in the NFL, undoubtedly.
Yes.
Right.
There's more to that story. Now,
he'd still yesterday on a trade, the day A.J. Brown was traded, he'd still get more of a market than A.J. Brown considerably.
Right. My point is just looking at is he top 10 or not? A lot of people are not going to consider how he acted in Philadelphia, full effort. It's just based on the talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Puka people would disregard the Puka Nacua off the field nonsense and say, "I'm going to give him another shot. We're going to take a flyer on this guy. We're going to do it." A.J. Brown, crickets, because they know the book. The book on this guy is there. The knees are wonky. Now, if you believe the McLean piece, I mean, he's getting his knees drained a few times a week. He's obviously slower than he was. He was a problem. You can't understand what the guy's even talking about half the time. That interview with Maria was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, he's still going to be considered a top 10 guy going into the
ridiculous.
season. You know, you could say that he's a lot all you want. They still believe he's a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL.
There was one very loud cricket that was willing to pay a first-round pick for that.
First-round pick. And by the way, that's why I go
winner.
That's
winner.
I don't know how that guy
winner.
said it's a C-. Like, look, I didn't want AJ gone.
How do you get a first-round pick and it's a C-?
Yeah, I don't.
That's
get
stupid
that. For a guy that didn't want to be here anymore.
Correct. A guy who I've had this rug here since I was he's so full of crap. I mean, he's get out of here. Get out of here.
He's a big Patriots fan for life. Look at those.
Look at those AI photos of my childhood, which he then had to take down because people were like, "Dude, those are AI."
Did he take them down?
Oh yeah, he took them down.
I didn't see
Took down a bunch. Yeah,
see, I don't follow.
Took down a bunch.
I don't follow athletes.
Yeah, he put them up and then took them down because people are like, "Dude, those are AI." You can actually go to a thing and say, "Were these AI created?" and it can tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys follow? I don't follow athletes. I really don't.
No. It comes up on your feed. I don't follow him either. Don't have to follow him either.
Yeah.
For his
but I know
madness.
people do. I don't.
Well, no, it depends on the athlete. If it's somebody who's worthwhile following, who's not absolutely just a lunatic, yeah.
Well, Charles Garner-Johnson, a lunatic. I don't follow him though.
No, I'm not following him either.
I don't know. You follow athletes?
Yeah, some. Brandon
yes.
Marsh, bunch of different accounts.
I think I follow.
Gotta get his followers up.
I think I follow. I may follow Schwarber.
Do you donate to one of his streaming platforms?
Why do you think I'm working this job? Yeah, I'm
There you
subscribed
go.
to Brandon Plus.
Yeah, you know how people do that. That's something I don't really understand.
HBO Marsh. I'm subscribed.
Why? You can watch. We can watch Bryce Harper make his lattes. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
no,
I don't.
There are things that I really don't understand in life, like paying people to play a video game. I don't get that. I get people watching, but there are people that will pay. Like, here's a $20 donation.
I'm paying to watch you play a video game.
You know.
And you might answer my comment. And by the way, if you pay me more, I may answer your comment.
It's another company
type.
that I really don't understand, because you can find it for free, so many other avenues, and yet you pay, thinking that she'll notice you.
Does it begin with a P?
No, it starts with
no.
Oh,
no, it starts with an only.
Oh.
I don't get that one either. Like, it's free. In a lot of that one begins with a P.
Yeah,
it's free there. Why are you paying this?
It's a weird world out there, and a lot of people
are you
interested
hoping
in
that
a lot
they're
of
going to
things.
say they're going to notice you?
If you say again, you wonder why. You wonder why the world's in the place that it's at. That's what it is.
It's why I don't really get offended by things, because this world is so weird.
Connor, it's why it is. It's that socialization is down. People can't personally socialize anymore. It's they can't do it.
No, I get you. I don't think we need to go through the psychology.
I'm not talking buying a beer for someone. I'm talking about like, here's $20 because
I don't
whatever reason.
I don't know if you saw the thing that they did at the club. There's one of the clubs in Vegas that has the pool club.
Okay.
And a guy for his doctorate asked to have the security camera footage of just being able to study the security camera footage of the pools. And he studied the security camera footage of the pools and said, how long did they have it? And he studied it from as long as they were able to show these pool clubs.
Okay.
And they show men from 15 years ago to today in the pool clubs. And they show how it's groups of girls, groups of guys today. And how 15 years ago it was guys mingling with girls in the pool.
Saturdays are for the boys.
Yeah, pretty girls are scared.
Because it's
I like
girls,
hanging out with
guys are scared of girls. Guys stand in packs of boys. It's like the 6th grade dance.
Oh yeah, man.
The boys are over here, the girls over here. And this guy did this thing, and he's looking at the pools of the clubs. He's like, these guys are paying all these money, and women are paying all these money to go to these clubs, to go stand with their girlfriends and stand with their boyfriends, and they're not socialized.
Yeah, we're guessing where football players went to college. Give us our time.
That's where I got. That's why I got married young, so I don't have to deal with all this.
I mean,
kind of stuff.
it's crazy.
All right, before we check the poll
There's
today,
girls in bikinis right in the pool with you. Go talk to them.
well, they subscribe to their OnlyFans
Not one of your
account.
bros.
For before
God's
we get
sakes.
to the poll of the day, I just saw this. I didn't.
What's that?
I don't know if this was known. I did not know it.
What's
Caleb,
that?
Caleb Williams is the Madden cover.
Yeah, that came
athlete.
out a couple days ago.
Okay, I didn't see
Which,
that.
by the way, is
I just saw the photo. Like the cover is now released. Adam Schefter just tweeted it out. A little too early for Caleb.
I don't know about that. He had a great year last
He
year.
did have a great year.
He was amazing. And he had an amazing playoff game. I mean, I don't know.
They put Jazz Chisholm on MLB The Show.
I mean, sure.
It's a video
sure.
game. They're
Sure,
just trying to
it's a
sell
video
it.
game, right? I mean,
It's you know.
who was it last year?
Saquon.
Saquon was
Doing the
last year.
hurdle. You go
It
from
was Saquon with
Saquon
the hurdle.
backwards hurdle to Caleb Williams.
I think
Bit of a fall off.
I think Caleb Williams was pretty amazing.
Oh, who's it going to be? Sam Darnold? Drake May?
Drake May after that Super Bowl?
Hey,
that's right.
Are you
Can't do
kidding
that.
me?
All right, what's the poll of the day? Brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health. 4 hours strong every single morning. What we got?
Without A.J. Brown and under Sean Mannion, where do you believe the Eagles' offense will rank this season? 3 options: top 10 offense, middle of the road, or not improved. Still only 5% saying not improved. So 95% believe they will improve in some stats. 40% saying middle of the road. 55% believe it'll be a top 10 offense for the Birds.
If they are a top 10 offense, I will say it again. I will repeat myself because I'm not ready to go there. But if they are a top 10 offense, like I already believe they will have a top 5 defense, the Philadelphia Eagles will win the Super Bowl. They'll be the best team in the NFL, and they will win the Super Bowl. If their offense is that consistent all season long and the playoffs, top 10 offense with a top 5 defense, they're winning the Super Bowl. Who's stopping them? That's a big jump, though, from like one of the worst to now top 10. But we saw it with the defense a couple of years ago. All right, coming up next. Our topic today is about whether or not you believe the Eagles' offense will be better in 2026. You just heard the poll of the day. Well, can we say the same things that we said about the Eagles' defense a couple of years ago? We'll explain more coming up next. We'll check more text messages. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament right on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every single match from the opening stage all the way to the final. You can also bet on who's going to win it all. So if you'd like to trade on the footy, England currently trading at 10% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $863 if they win soccer's biggest prize. If you believe the 250th anniversary of them losing that big war way back when is going to play to the USA, you can bet on someone else. You can trade with someone else. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use code FANATIC to get $10 when you trade 10. That's Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles looking towards the future. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles have started to focus on what's next after the A.J. Brown trade felt a lot more finalized yesterday with him doing his first practice and media availability in New England. It was also the first chance for some Eagles players to talk about their relationship with A.J. and the feelings on him moving on. Quinyon Mitchell had a chance to talk about that.
Yeah, that's my big brother. I wish him nothing but the best. It's a business. He helped me, grow with my game and gain more confidence. So I'm thankful for him, man. I love him as a big brother.
But unfortunately, it's time to move on from all of that, and the team is preparing for the season as they'll have their final day of OTAs tomorrow. Mandatory meeting camp begins on the 9th of June. In other Eagles news, Brandon Graham was released by the team yesterday. He can still return, more of a logistic contract move there. The Phillies took down the Padres 3-2 last night. The offense relatively quiet again, but Bryce Harper's 2-run homer and Brandon Marsh's 4-hit night led the way to the victory. Aaron Nola, 5 innings, 2 earned. Another solid start for him, heading in the right direction. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Christopher Sanchez versus Walker Buehler. That scoreless inning streak still intact for Christopher Sanchez. Don't miss Jahan Dotson joining us coming up at 9 a.m. Teron Davenport, who covers the Titans for ESPN NFL Nation, will talk about AJ's exit from down there and the similarities to his time in Philly. This update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place in MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit MADD.org. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it is 8:31 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll get back to the text line here momentarily. But we kind of just touched on it before we went to break. So a couple of years ago, after the 2023 season, which had the historic collapse, we all know. We don't have to go through it. The 10-1, and then they lose the division. They lose in the first round of playoffs. The biggest issue with that team was the defense. We can point to the drama that unfolded during that season because there was plenty of it. I don't think it amounted to what we're dealing with now, but there was plenty of drama in that 2023 season. But ultimately, the biggest issue with that team was the defense. That defense sucked, man. It was really, really bad. Sean Desai was a mess. They tried the Patricia thing. That clearly caused some issues in the locker room. Darius Slay was not a fan of Matt Patricia, and then they had to all play like the everybody happy card. Oh no, I have no problem with this.
No.
I've been so outspoken about my hatred for this dude, but no, I'm fine that he's the defensive coordinator of the team now. The defense sucked, and I remember going into 2024. It was year one of you and I working together, March of 2024. We talked about the defense and whether or not we expected it to improve, which I think we all said it can't get much worse, but we expected it to improve. They drafted a couple of rookies that you were excited about in Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, but we didn't expect what we got.
Sure.
We just thought it would be better. You were excited about some of the moves they had at the defensive front, and we were excited about Vic Fangio. They brought in the guy that they wanted the defense to emulate. Like the Vic Fangio scheme, right? That was Jonathan Gannon. That was Sean Desai. They wanted Vic Fangio type defense. They got the guy that created it. They got Vic Fangio. And I remember us talking about if they can just get from bottom to middle of the pack.
Yes.
And that was when you were making your NFC championship predictions. You made the prediction that the Eagles would be playing in the NFC championship game before we even saw the defense take the field.
And I also predicted that year that the Eagles would be in the top 12 defenses.
Mm-hmm.
Top 12. Look, I'm not going to be Billy Big Balls and tell you I saw that coming.
Right.
I did not see that coming.
So we can have the exact same conversation just about the offense. Now, mainly the passing offense. Last year, everything sucked. Mainly the passing offense, though, because if the offensive line is
You're with the Titans
better,
and the Jets.
Yeah, it was bad.
With that talent.
If the Eagles' offense, can we have that exact same conversation? Like, hey, if they're just middle of the pack, because they were toward the bottom.
With that defense, are you giving me the expectation
that the Eagles' defense
is just as good or potentially even better?
Yeah, 2024, we talked about how the Eagles' offense would be a top 10 offense. We just needed the defense to carry their weight a little bit.
Okay,
you could say the exact same thing, just reverse.
You're telling me this defense, we can expect the way it was in 2025. The defense is going to be just as good or maybe even a little better because they're a little older.
In that top 5 conversation,
okay,
absolutely.
Then absolutely, yes. If the Eagles are middle of the pack, they could be a Super Bowl team.
That's all we need.
And I already believe this is happening. I already told you.
I know you have.
This is a Final Four team. This is a Final Four team next year. I'm very confident in this. By the way, what the Rams did making that trade made me more confident. And I had people ask me on socials yesterday
think you're crazy for
saying to me, going, man, are you still so confident? Yeah, because I believe the NFC West is going to cannibalize each other. Like, I think that is going to be Seattle, San Fran, and the Rams. Those guys all playing each other.
Mm-hmm.
The NFC West champion is not going to have a better record than the NFC East champion, Philadelphia Eagles. Whoever wins the NFC West is not going to have a better record than the NFC East champion, Philadelphia Eagles.
Are you then
so the Eagles will have
saying
so the Eagles
one
will
seed?
have, so the Eagles will have, I think the Eagles, how about this? This is going to sound nuts to you.
You've already done that.
Well, you already tell me that I'm nuts. The Eagles' chances to be a 1 seed got better with the Myles Garrett trade, not worse.
Oh. Okay.
Because I believe the NFC West is just going to just cannibalize each other. The Rams, San Francisco, and Seattle is going to be a bloodbath. The winner of that division, the Rams aren't just going to run over Seattle and San Francisco.
No. I do think Seattle takes a step back this year.
Man, I hope the Dodgers trade for Paul Skeens. It's going to get easier.
The Eagles the winner of the NFC East, which will be the Eagles, is going to have a better record than the winner of the NFC West.
All right.
I will take the wager on if somebody wants to make the wager.
Now, do you think they will win the division
Well,
too? Or win the 1 seed?
I still have to see. The NFC North, by the way.
They might cannibalize each other.
Here's what I'm looking. But here's what I'm looking at: is NFC North the NFC North might have 4 better teams because the NFC North doesn't have a Arizona Cardinals in it. They
I'm
don't.
not a big fan of 9.
Look, Minnesota.
Well, it's not 9.
Look,
It might be Kyler.
Minnesota.
That's right.
Minnesota is not the Arizona Cardinals. Minnesota has more talent than the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Cardinals, I believe, are going to be with the Cleveland Browns, sort of actively tanking to try to get the star quarterback of the next year's draft.
Did Jacoby Brissett show up yet, or is he still holding out for more money?
Is he really holding out? I didn't know that.
You didn't see that?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, that was a thing.
Like to me, the Eagles 1 seed bet. How about this? I'll look at my Bet Parks app. The Eagles to be the 1 seed when it comes out, and when I go to Vegas in August, I'll look at that and think about if they're the Eagles 1 seed bet. I may put it on there just because of the fact that I think the NFC North and the NFC West are just brutality divisions. And the NFC East, I do not believe, is going to be a brutal.
Got into my stash a little bit over there. By the way,
wait, those were just Juju fruits you left out, right?
Yeah. Jacoby Brissett is indeed sitting out.
That's incredible. That's incredible. That's a team.
Jacoby Brissett, of all people.
Wait a minute. That's a team that is willing to be bad this year. They hired Waxed Eyebrow's brother as their head coach. They're willing to be bad because they want to get one of the top quarterbacks in the draft.
If you're look, I get it. He's nearing the end of his career. He's trying to get as much money as possible. But you signed a 2-year, $12.5 million contract.
Dude,
you're Jacoby Brissett.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, he's holding out.
I would absolutely say pound sand. I would because I'll be bad. I'll be bad this year, and my fan base, I'd sell them on. We're going to get that number 1 pick. We're going to get you that quarterback. It's the supposedly best college quarterback draft in a few years. We're going to get you that quarterback.
Apparently, he's only making 1.5 in guaranteed money, and so that's he wants more security.
Okay, guess. Yeah, please.
All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Is there anybody else saying that Myles Garrett and the Rams are now worse because they're
not worse? No, the Eagles' chances
Eagles' chances are better.
I like
because Myles Garrett with the Rams.
I don't believe anyone else has had that thought.
Crazy pills, but go ahead.
Well, we do have another crazy thought here on the text line from Eric in Alden, who says, "Good morning, guys. AJ makes Ben Simmons look like a saint. At least in a Ben's situation, a coach said something. The AJ situation is all on him."
Nah, look. AJ Brown won. Ben Simmons ran from moments. I can't go that far.
A.J. Brown, there are enough moments that I will look at A.J. Brown and say, A.J. Brown did come through. A.J. Brown did do his thing. It was just last year. It was just last year when he decided to become a selfish SOB and blow things up.
Even that, the performance issues with AJ, if you want to say, hey, quit on the team so that he could find his way out of here, okay, take all that. Ben Simmons wanted to be here, wanted to win, was so scared of the moment he's passing the ball to Matisse Thybulle with a dunk. He was scared.
Yeah, I can't. Look, I get right now, A.J. Brown is public enemy number 1 at this moment. I get it. I feel you. I just can't say.
No, I cannot do that. No.
That's extremely disrespectful.
How about this? I'll never look at A.J. Brown. I'll never even consider A.J. Brown in the same conversation as Ben Simmons.
No.
Ben Simmons, I look at Ben Simmons, capital L, loser.
Yeah.
I look at A.J. Brown as just, I think he needs help.
I think he's complex. Yeah.
I think he needs help.
All right, what else we got?
All right, VT Ron checks in, says, hey, boys, this will be a top 5 defense. If you give me a 10 to 15 offense, we're definitely a contender for the Super Bowl. Remember, defense wins championships, and this is one heck of a defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they jump 15 spots, right, to be middle from the offensive side, the passing standpoint, from 30 to 15, we're talking about a really, really good football team because if you're the 15th best passing offense, that means you're not loading the box anymore if you're a defense.
You jump 15 spots, you're talking about 3.5 points a game.
Yeah.
That's big.
And that would be in the top 10
That's huge.
compared to last year. And if you're giving me a top 10 scoring offense with a top 5 defense, this team will be a Super Bowl team.
That's huge.
Marking it in now. It has to happen first. All right, coming up next. Did this person deserve the tribute video?
Yes.
There was one last night at Citizens Bank Park where you surprised We'll discuss that coming up next. It is Kincade Salciunas. Don't forget, 9 o'clock, Jahan Dotson. I don't want to forget that. Jahan Dotson, former teammate of A.J. Brown, former teammate of Jalen Hurts, former Philadelphia Eagle. Does he give us some insight on what's been going on the last couple of years? Did A.J. Brown truly speak for his teammates? Because Jahan Dotson, big Jalen Hurts guy, he joins us coming up at 9 o'clock here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
My friends at Benari Jewelers, and I say friends, they are the best. They're in Exton and Newtown Square, and I can tell you that I picked up so many great gifts for Christina and Olivia over the years at Benari Jewelers. They are awesome. I even took guys like Brendan Gunn to go get that engagement ring at Benari Jewelers. Do you know he even designed his lady's engagement ring? He custom designed it himself. Well, not himself. He used their friendly staff to help him through the process. But it's amazing. They're going to teach you to buy a diamond like a diamond dealer does. They're stocked with the best hand-selected diamonds you're going to find anywhere, from the world's premier diamond cutters. And their showcases are filled with the most sought-after bridal designers that you're not going to find at just any jeweler. They got the one-of-a-kind rings that you can't get at the corporate box stores. But most importantly, too, you're going to get their industry-leading 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. That means your diamond's guaranteed to never lose value when she's ready to upgrade it. Or when you are, when you just want to say, hey, honey, let's get something just a little bit better. Benari's a direct diamond importer. So she's going to get the diamond she deserves. You're going to get the ring you want to give her, and you're still going to stay under budget. When it's meant to be, check out my friends at Benari Jewelers, Newtown Square and Exton. And you can go do a little window shopping online at BenariJewelers.com.
Got something to say about Phillies? 97.5 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
All right, it is 8:47 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Don't forget Jahan Dotson, former Eagle, former teammate of Jalen Hurts, who he speaks very highly of, former teammate of A.J. Brown, will join us, come up at 9 o'clock. Game 2, Phillies-Padres of their 3-game series is today. I believe Nick Castellanos will be in the starting lineup tonight.
He should be.
Because he faces the lefty Christopher Sanchez.
If he goes deep on Sanchez, I am going to be so pissed off.
We had a caller earlier, I'm sorry we didn't get to him, that said we're jinxing the Christopher Sanchez thing by talking about
Stop with the jinx.
But last night, Castellanos was sitting in the dugout for the San Diego Padres, and the Phillies did like the mini, not a deep dive tribute video. They did a mini video for Nick Castellanos. The sliding catches that he made in the playoffs
were amazing.
I thought it was a nice tribute. I thought it was deserved for what they posted. It wasn't like
over the top,
a 3-minute LeBron James Cleveland video.
But the fans, I think, were overwhelming in their response.
Yeah, there was applause, which is good.
There was no discernible booing. He was shown the proper appreciation, and I like it.
Probably because the Phillies are 2 games over 500.
No, but I like it. I like the fact that he was respected for what he did here, and he is what he was. He was, he's the guy he was.
It was a bummer.
It was a bummer, but
again, playoff moments over the last couple of years, specifically the last 2 years.
He was one of the best.
He had like the only moments.
The Mets series?
Yeah.
The Braves series 2 years in a row?
Had some big moments in the Dodgers series just this past offseason.
Like, he was more clutch than many of the guys in that lineup.
Yeah.
I was glad to see him get the sort of warm reception that he got, but it was perfect.
Yeah, he was polarizing, which in Philadelphia, honestly, isn't a bad thing. There's so many hated folks that come through here that polarizing means you got enough guys on your side.
Probably helps his case, too, that Adolis Garcia is just as bad as he is offensively.
Thing is, polarizing Connor, I would have thought that there'd be more mixed reaction. There was no booing.
Yeah.
Like, he got a good reaction, I thought.
Yeah, I think so, too. All right, so tribute video for Nick Castellanos, thumbs up.
Yes.
1 thumb up, not 2.
All right,
you didn't? I liked it. I liked it. I was a little surprised, though. I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
And I didn't hear that it was coming.
Maybe because Topper wasn't there anymore. All right, Johnny, you have an announcement to make. Floor is yours, man.
Well, we're going to have a conversation, you and me and Connor, right? We had a conversation yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And it's something that we're going to let the audience in on now. And it is it's out of left field to a lot of the audience, and it's something that I'm going to share with everybody. Earlier this year, after getting like my annual review with my doctors and everything like that, and by the way, I'm healthy, so I'm totally fine. I'm healthy.
I'm glad you're leading with that one this time.
Yesterday, when Andrew and Connor found out, I didn't lead with that, and it led to a moment of anxiousness. I'm totally healthy and I'm totally fine, which actually leads to this being better. But after talking with my doctors and hearing about that, one of the things that was brought up to me was that 4 a.m. is not the best for me. And at this time of my life, do you want to do 4 a.m.? Do I want to get up every day at 4 o'clock? And is it best for my health? Is it best for my future health? But I'm under contract, and I work, and it's fine. So I approached the fine people at Beasley Media, my boss is here, and said, I know that I can't commit long-term to getting up at 4 in the morning. And we talked about it, and one of the things that I discussed is this guy to my right and that guy behind the glass, is I said, I'm supposed to work through the end of the year. I can't do that to them, though, and leave in the middle of an Eagles season. So I am going to depart Kincade and Salciunas on Friday, July 31st. And I appreciate the people at Beasley Media who absolutely out of control. I'm going to be here for a couple months and be allowed to, finish out working with this great team, because that doesn't usually happen. You say you're leaving, they usually hand you a cardboard box and tell you you're leaving. But I so appreciate that opportunity to be able to finish it out with these guys. And I'm not retiring, but I'm going to make it clear that I am never going to work again where I have to wake up with an alarm clock. Because one of the things I always say, the snow on the roof, and Connor used it on me yesterday, the snow on the roof allows me to say, I'm going to work on my terms. So if I take another job, I may sit out for a while, but I am going to take some time to figure that out. But one thing I will not do is I will never wake up with an alarm clock again after July 31st, unless it's to make an early morning flight or a tea time. I'm not waking up for work with an alarm clock. And I guess that's part of what the blessing of age and in the industry. But I can tell you, and we have plenty of time to talk about this, the love that I have for these guys and this team, it has been awesome and so much fun. And to be able to, make this decision and do it. And also, too, our daughter left for Utah a few months ago. And I think that really part of the impetus of this was, too, is that she was not coming back here to settle down or to live. And so Christina and I are going to relocate. We don't know where, but as I told you, these two yesterday, we already sold our house.
Crazy.
And my cousin Katie, who, by the way, can sell your house at an amazing price. She's awesome. Katie sold our house for us in like 8 days. And so we're going to move into some corporate housing while we wait, put our stuff in storage.
Yeah, it's Connor Thomas's apartment.
Put our stuff in storage.
I got a couch.
Yeah, we're going to move into Connor's couch.
You're welcome.
Christina will cook maybe. No, she hates cooking. And we're gonna figure out what our next move is. But I appreciate everybody here. I really appreciate the people at Beasley Media for saying that, get the hell out. And I really appreciate you guys so much. And I'm sorry I had to keep it a secret. But we have till Friday, July 31st for me to drive you crazy, for you to drive me crazy, and for me to express my appreciation to everybody who's listened to this show and been a part of it.
No, listen, man, we appreciate you. I mean, it goes without saying how much I appreciate you. Not just, and we don't have to do the whole swan.
No.
We got plenty. We got some time.
And by the way, I made it clear to you guys, and we agreed to it. We're not doing that.
Right.
Like maybe the last day.
Yeah,
maybe
July 31st.
Maybe the last day.
We'll
but
give
I
you
do
2 minutes at the end of the day.
At 9:54.
Exactly.
You can start middays with Marks that day at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's it.
But what we've been able to do the last couple of years together has been truly special for me in my career, and like how you welcomed me to mornings. I know that wasn't a normal decision that we saw in sports talk radio.
You two. And I don't want to leave Sean out. I don't want to leave Austin out. I don't want to leave Haley out, who's part of things with us. I don't want to leave B Gun out. The energy that I have a lot of energy early in the morning.
Yes, you do.
And it never was unmatched by all you guys. So that's enough of that. We're doing a show. We're going to talk to Jahan Dotson coming up. But I love everybody, and I thank you. But that was a surprise announcement today, and we didn't do the whole big announcement thing because I didn't want Kevin Kincade from Crossing Broad to be doing what a crappy big announcement they had today.
Yeah, we did that before.
Yeah, so there it is.
By the way,
cat's out of the bag now.
He's right. He has a lot of energy in the morning. It is scary that he's going to be able to sleep in without an alarm.
We're getting a text at 9 a.m. about the Phillies on the first Monday. He's not in here. The also great part for you listening out there is if you think John has had some crazy stuff, Myles Garrett helping the Eagles, actually, he's about to unleash between now and July.
That's true. This is Must Listen to Radio the next 2 months now.
Dude, you deserve it. We're happy for you being able to make this decision. And man, we owe you a lot.
And it's a testament to you that, the Beasley Media Group is playing the way that, going along with all of this because as we know in this industry, you're right. Usually you
just get told
you get
to
shown
leave.
the door. So that's a testament to you, man.
How about this? Very rarely in radio do you get to decide when you leave. So it's fun to be able to decide when you leave.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully I don't do anything to screw that up where they tell me to leave early.
No, they are sitting behind you right now.
Oh, no.
People on YouTube are wondering who are the two guys behind
Is there a
John.
cardboard box?
Maybe they changed their minds.
Is there a pink slip?
We'll find out who's doing the Jahan Dotson interview.
Who didn't play out their contract worse, A.J. Brown or John Kincade?
We'll find out.
We'll find out next. Maybe Jahan Dotson has some insight on the saga of John Kincade. Former Eagle Jahan Dotson joins us next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Life after AJ. That's what the Eagles are dealing with now. I'm Connor Thomas, and the AJ Brown trade felt very real yesterday as he had his first practice and introductory press conference in New England. It was also the first chance for some Eagles players to talk about the time they spent with AJ in the organization. Cooper DeJean talked about him.
Anytime you lose a great player like him, it hurts, and he's a great friend of mine. He was a great teammate in our locker room, but there's a business side to this thing, so everybody did what was best for them.
Now the team's moving forward towards preparing for their season without AJ. They'll have their final day of OTAs tomorrow. Mandatory minicamp begins on the 9th. Some other Eagles news. Brandon Graham was technically released yesterday. He can still return, so something we'll keep an eye on there. The Phillies took down the Padres 3-2 last night. Bryce Harper, a 2-run homer. Brandon Marsh, a 4-hit night. And Aaron Nola, 5 innings, 2 earned. Another nice win for the Phils, though the offense still a little quiet. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Christopher Sanchez takes that scoreless inning streak to the mound against Walker Buehler. The Vegas Golden Knights took a 1-0 lead in the Stanley Cup Finals after a 5-4 victory over Carolina last night. Don't miss it. Coming up next, former Eagle Jahan Dotson joins us. Of course, he was teammates with A.J. Brown. We'll talk to him about it. I'm Connor Thomas for the NBA Finals, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Don't worry, we will. But first, let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade Salciunas.
Let's talk actual football when it comes to the A.J. Brown story and life after A.J. Brown. You have made it clear that you believe the Eagles' offense will be better in 2026 than they were the last 2 seasons from a passing offense standpoint.
I think it'll be easy because the last 2 years have stunk passing. So it's not like I'm trying to be Nostradamus. I absolutely believe that this is a team that is going to excel. First of all, having a weight off their shoulders of their quarterback. And I think A.J. Brown, as talented as he is, he's exhausting. And I think it's been exhausting to try to cater to A.J. Brown, especially when A.J. Brown wasn't willing to give his full effort like last year.
you've been very confident about Mannion.
Yeah,
Like if you were to rank the reasons why because I don't agree with you, just to make that clear, because I do think A.J. Brown, that much of an absence is terrifying to me. I also don't know the health of this offensive line, so like I can't really judge what this offense will look like because we don't know their health.
How about this? Next week, I believe we're going to hear that the offensive linemen are telling you that they're feeling as good as they felt in a couple years.
Now back to the show.
Yep, that's some of what we've been talking about this morning. Is the Eagles' offense going to be significantly, that's the word John Kincade used, significantly better in 2026 now that A.J. Brown is gone? It's not because of A.J. Brown, but A.J. Brown is not here. There is a new offensive coordinator that we're a lot more excited about. We're hoping that the offensive line is healthier this year. They do have new weapons in Mekhi Lemon and Eli Stowers. Do you believe they'll be significantly better in 2026? 610-632-0975. Now, real quick, as we're awaiting Jahan Dotson, there has already been a suggestion to the new morning show.
What's that?
She is available. NBD wondering if Chunas and Rossini work. What do you think?
Well, she would get insights and be able to get guests.
Well, one.
How she got them. Yeah, would it be like how many times can you have Mike Vrabel on the show?
He could call in once a week. I mean, it's the A.J. Brown update with Mike Vrabel, courtesy of Diana Rossini.
I know. She'd get the inside story. She'd be able to pull back the covers and really tell you what's going on.
John, you got it wrong. He has the inside story. Oh, that's just
out of bounds. That's just out of bounds.
That's just horrible.
That's terrible.
It's really bad.
All right. I wish I'd thought of the line. Wasn't mine.
All right. We'll be joined momentarily by Jahan Dotson, who, of course, is now with the Atlanta Falcons. But Jahan Dotson spent 2 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles and was a Super Bowl champion with the Philadelphia Eagles. And, maybe we get some information on what took place between the Philadelphia Eagles and A.J. Brown. John, it's fascinating, right? Because there's so many rumors out there, right? Do you think this is more of an A.J. Brown issue or an issue that A.J. Brown had with other people? To me, I think this is ultimately A.J. Brown making a major mistake in his career.
This is what A.J. Brown does in his life. This is what he does. He blows things up.
Which, by the way, before you continue, coming up at 9:30, Teron Davenport, who covers the Titans for ESPN. He's a Philadelphia native. He just, you're going to take a job, right? So He is covering the Tennessee Titans for ESPN. He was with the Titans. He was on the Titans beat for ESPN when A.J. Brown was still with Tennessee. Were there similar warning signs? Like, we're going to try to get to the bottom of what the hell goes on with A.J. Brown that leads to departures like this.
He is we've all known people like this. He's a person who blows up his own life. When things are going well, he blows them up. He doesn't have long-term relationships. He doesn't have long-term like if you don't you can look at people, they don't have long-term friendships. They don't have long-term relationships. I mean, they just it's I don't know I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah. I think it's a him thing. We can talk about mental health. We can talk about ambition. We can talk about wanting to get a gold jacket. He won a Super Bowl and was upset with how they won it.
Yes.
That's him. That is his own personal issue that led to him leaving the Philadelphia Eagles.
He
Nobody
created
else's.
this.
We can talk. Look, I don't necessarily love the way the offense goes. I don't love that the passing offense has been really bad the last 2 years. You can blame whoever you want to blame for that, whether it's Jalen himself, whether it's Nick Sirianni not being able to fix things, Kevin Patullo, Sirianni hiring him. You can blame whoever you want. I hate it too. I don't like the way this offense runs in the passing scheme of things, but they won a Super Bowl and it wasn't good enough for him.
Yes, he wasn't happy. I mean, seriously, he wasn't happy. And he can't be happy. There are people in life who just can't be happy.
That's what it seems.
And I hope he finds happiness. I really do. I hope he finds the way to be happy, to enjoy things in life.
All right, while we await Jahan Dotson, let's go to Jeff in D.C. Jeff, you're on Kincade and Salciunas. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going on, Jeff?
Oh, John, you're gonna make me cry this morning, bro.
Oh, Jeff, don't worry about it, buddy.
I just,
I'm
happy for you.
Thank you, man.
I'm happy for you. You get to go out on your terms, which, like you said, rarely happens in this business.
It never happens. It never happens.
Just, I listen to you guys. You guys know I listen to you guys every morning, and you're part of my life. You guys are family. And I'm going to miss you, and just want to say good luck to whatever you do.
I appreciate that, buddy. And again, we're going to find out what it is. It's just my wife and I are going to take a little adventure, and we're going to find out where the next chapter is. We have no idea where it's going to be, but we're just going to. I tell you, last winter sort of crushed us.
Oh, dude.
And then my daughter moving to Utah, we just sort of said, let's see what the future holds. But I knew this. How many times have I lectured athletes? And I said it to Connor this morning about people, if you're not 100% committed, then get out. And it's not that I'm not 100% committed to you.
Yeah.
You know I'm committed to you guys.
You might have known me more the next month and a half.
Every single day that I'm here, I'm 100% committed to this job. But I knew that I couldn't commit to doing this, getting up at 4 a.m. and everything for another 2, 3, whatever, some years. And so I just said, I can't do it. So this is what we're going to do. And I didn't realize at the time we were going to take my wife and I were going to take such a dramatic idea of changing things up. But we're going to see where it leads us. I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea if the phone's going to ring. And if the phone doesn't ring, I'm going to play a hell of a lot of golf.
Hell yeah, you will, man.
And lay by a pool.
All right, joining us now, Johnny. Speaking of giving it his all, this man won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. He's now a member of the Atlanta Falcons, but
oh yes,
we go back to when the Eagles made the trade for him from Washington. He comes here as a part of an incredible wide receiver room that included, at the time, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and this man joined us now here on Kincade and Salciunas, Jahan Dotson. Good morning, Jahan. How you doing?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
We're doing
good,
great.
Jahan.
There is a lot to get into, as you can imagine. But before we do that, man, first and foremost, congratulations to you now at the Atlanta Falcons. But your time in Philadelphia, you're a Super Bowl champion. That you will always be able to say that. You went to college not that far from here, so you played in the state of Pennsylvania in college and in the pros. You won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. How important has that been so far to you and your career, everything that you worked toward to get to the NFL, to be able to say that you're a Super Bowl champion?
Yeah, that's always been a dream of mine as a little kid. Watching the Super Bowl. I've been a football fan all my life, so that's always been the ultimate dream of mine. And to achieve that dream at only my third year in the NFL, it was a blessing. It was truly a blessing, and to be a part of such a great group of guys to do it with, it truly was awesome.
First of all, I commiserate with you on the Atlanta traffic, because that's something you have never dealt with. You've never dealt with that in your life. Lived there 26 years. I can understand what you're dealing with now, but it's a great opportunity for you to take all the things that you've learned in your career and to put them to use now. Matt Ryan's brought in a lot of Philly guys, brought in a Drexel Hill guy to be the head coach, brought in two guys from Howie's front office to help run things. You got to feel at least there's some comfort factor. There's a lot of Eagles influence now in Flowery Branch.
Absolutely. There's a lot of familiarity in the building right now. Guys who I've previously been teammates with. Like you said, Coach Stefanski being a Philadelphia guy.
Yep.
Going to St. Joe's Prep. We've had talks about that. So it's definitely pretty cool to have those guys around me, and it makes the transition, that much easier.
Jahan, we've been wanting to have you on for a while now, not just because of everything that's going on, but when you first signed with Atlanta, or it was during the offseason, I don't know exactly if you were signed with Atlanta yet or not, you spoke about Jalen Hurts. There was a content creator that was asking about the best leaders in the NFL, and you talked so highly of Jalen Hurts in that clip, and we were like, wow, we would really like to talk to Jahan about that. So tell us, in your 2 years with the Philadelphia Eagles, just what you learned working alongside Jalen Hurts and who he is as a quarterback, because we know he's very quiet and seems like he keeps a lot of people out, but I would imagine it's a lot different inside the locker room.
Yeah, he is a very, to himself guy. Does keep very quiet, but one thing you can take from him is, the way he approaches every day. And he approaches it like a professional, like he's striving to be one of the greatest. And that's something that you can sit back and watch every day, and you can see how he prepares, how he works. It's truly something that you want to strive for when you're at that level. When you're at that level and you're playing the greatest of the greats week in and week out, and you see a guy who's leading your offense, leading your huddle, commanding the huddle, playing at such a high level Monday through Saturday, you realize why he's so great on Sundays.
It's a situation here that people talk about the Philadelphia Eagles organization being something special, being something different. Can you tell us how different it is?
Yeah, I mean, it's the culture there. Guys are really bought in. Howie does a great job of bringing in guys who have a common goal in mind, and that's just to win. Truly to win and have fun, and the bonds that I built in that locker room are truly. It's like a college feeling. It's like the feeling you get at college when you're with guys all the time. You're hanging out with guys, outside of the building. Things aren't just. It's not just work at the end of the day. You build relationships with guys, and they become your brothers. And that's the bond that the guys have in that locker room, and I feel like that's why they win so many football games.
So, Jahan, unfortunately, after winning a Super Bowl, there will come a time where you can't keep all the players together. You're now in Atlanta. And then the trade took place earlier this week, sending A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots. It seems like there was a lot more than just he wanted to play for the Patriots. We could all tell that there was frustration. Curious, throughout the course of the season last year and even in times of 2024, did you sense that frustration from A.J. Brown? And did you believe that it was fair frustration in terms of how things were going with the offense?
Yeah, I mean, everyone was frustrated at a point. We weren't living up to the standard that we hold ourselves to as an offense. And I felt like that was where the frustration came from with AJ. That's my brother. And he's true. I got to watch him every single day. Not only is he a phenomenal teammate, but he's one of the greatest players I've ever been around, right? So when you're that great, you hold yourself to a high standard, and that's all he wanted to do for our offense. He wanted us to be one of the best offenses in the league, and obviously, in that 25 season, we stalled out in a lot of games. We weren't able to get the ball moving, weren't able to put points on the board, whether it was a quarter or a whole half sometimes. And that could build frustration, especially when you're one of the focal points in the offense, being as he was the number one receiver, our best guy to go to kind of, that can build frustration. And I feel like that's where the frustration came from, just not being held to the standard that, we set for ourselves. We had so many stars in Philly and so many guys who can make plays, whether it's AJ, Devontae, me, Dallas, Saquon, and there was no reason that we should have ever been stalling out for entire halves. So I felt like the frustration came from the lack of holding each other to the standard and being the great offense that we know we could be.
The thing is, doesn't everybody, have to row the boat in the same direction all the time? You could be frustrated. We're all frustrated at work from time to time. You do different work than we do. You do much heavier lifting than we do. But it's the idea of everybody has to be on the same page. You have to put some of the frustration aside, the personal frustration aside. It sounds like Jalen does a really good job of that. Or am I misconstruing?
Yeah, I feel like all the guys do a great job. You guys have no idea how many times that, we'd come in from a game that we felt that we weren't up to the standard, and we're just having talks as grown men in the locker room. Whether that's I know sometimes Jalen, AJ, Smitty, those guys would leave the meetings just to have talks like, let's get on the same page here, and we just weren't able to figure it out. I don't know what that was, what that looked like, but there were talks behind the scenes of guys just trying to figure it out, come together, and like you said, everyone has to be on the same page. And there was a movement towards that. I don't know if it ever got resolved, but there were always talks trying to get better and trying to set frustrations aside and come together for the common goal. Because like I said, we're a bunch of alphas, and we all want to win at the end of the day. But we just weren't able to do so.
Was there a moment at all for you during the season where you got the sense that this could be it? Like A.J. Brown won't be an Eagle after this season?
I never really got the sense of that. I would always joke with him, no matter what happens, you're going to be an Eagle for life. You made your impact here. You're one of the greatest to put this uniform on. I don't think, you'll ever be expendable. But things happen. That's the nature of the NFL. I've learned that. He's also learned that he wasn't drafted there. He got drafted in Tennessee. So guys move around the NFL, and a time always comes to an end at some point. But me personally, I didn't think he'd be moved just because of what he means to the team and how he's looked at in the locker room. So yeah, it was news to me.
Now you're always going to be loved here. You're always a champion here. But now that you're going to put on the Falcons gear, you are going to be, for temporarily, we have to hate on you. You realize that it's just part of the deal, right? You got it. Even though we don't play this year, though. No playing this year,
right?
Unless it's the playoffs. And I hope you're freezing your ass off. Like if you have to come up here, come up on here through a playoff game, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Hopefully that does happen.
Last thing for you, Jahan, because as you can imagine, after the trade happens, social media is buzzing. I don't know if you've checked social media. Here's my suggestion. Don't. Stay away from it as much as possible. The A.J. Brown end has now led to this was more than just football. This was personal. I know there's some things that will stay in the locker room. I understand that, so I'm not going to ask you to give us all the juicy details. But was this more football related, in your opinion? The former Eagle said 60-40 football, personal. Was there personal conflict at any point during the season last year with A.J. Brown and some of the members inside the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can't speak on, what I don't know. I can only speak on what I do know. And, for me, from what I saw and what I endured in my time in Philly, it was 100% football. And like I said, it was just trying to hold everyone to the highest standard because we knew the potential and the capability that we had with all the guys in that locker room. And Saquon said something about, watching Michael Jordan and I think it was The Last Dance, and realizing the team that they had and all the talent that they had, and we kind of looked at ourselves that way and trying to capitalize on the moment because, like I said, we aren't going to be together forever. So realizing what we had in that locker room at that time and trying to hold ourselves to that type of standard, and I felt like we weren't able to, and I felt like that's where the frustrations came from. So for me, I feel like what I saw, it was 100% football. I truly don't know if there was any personal things going on, but from what I saw, that's what it was.
Jahan, listen, man, we appreciate the time.
Thank you, buddy.
Good luck to you in your career. You're a Super Bowl champion in our eyes forever with the Philadelphia Eagles. So we appreciate what you did for this city. And even though John said we're enemies now, I'll still wish you a little bit of good luck in Atlanta.
Watch the cops on 985. 985, they're
Absolutely.
hiding. Take care, buddy.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, guys.
There he is, John Dotson, now of the Atlanta Falcons, Super Bowl champion with the Philadelphia Eagles. I didn't think that he would be like, yeah, AJ and Hassan.
No, but
yeah.
But what did he just reinforce to you?
Football.
All football. All football.
AJ wanted the ball. He also said we're all alpha guys during that interview. We all want things to go a certain way. It was all football. Now, do I think he was going to tell us everything if he did know something? Probably not. What stays in the locker room's a sanctuary, right? Isn't that what who's the catcher with the Braves that said that?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it was
a guy that played for the Mets too.
Oh,
Travis
gosh.
Darno?
He's drafted
Travis
him.
Darno.
Travis Darno. Yeah, very locker room's a sanctuary.
Travis Darno.
Yeah, we can't let that stuff out.
Tell
there.
Arcia that.
Yeah, tell that to Orlando Arcia. Yeah, I mean, look, it's football mainly. Do I think that there was beefs personally? I'm sure there were. They're all high-paid dogs, man, that are fighting to get to where they got and to try to achieve greatness. Some people think greatness is different, though. Some people think greatness is winning. Some people think greatness is statistics.
And that's not personal stuff. Like, that doesn't fall into the personal category.
No, but then they could disagree on that, and then that could become
and you drift
personal.
apart, which is how AJ described it and how we've heard from other people. That would be my guess of what it was. I think it's a little bit sensationalized, and ultimately football disagreements led to drifting apart. They weren't as close. Makes AJ easier to move on from.
Yeah, it's why, look, I'm not trying to say, like, you guys are crazy to believe these rumors. It's just I can't believe that
I am.
For the longest time people didn't believe the trade.
No, they didn't believe legitimate news sources, but they believe nonsense.
Yeah, kind of crazy. All right, good work, Connor, getting Jahan Dotson. We appreciate him. You can hear that again on 975thefanatic.com when it's posted. You can always go back in YouTube. Coming up next, we have another guest from Philadelphia, but now covers the Titans for ESPN, has since A.J. Brown was a member there. Were there similar warning signs at the end of his time in Tennessee? We get that answer from Teron Davenport next here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles moving on. I'm Connor Thomas, and the A.J. Brown trade finally felt real yesterday as he had his introductory press conference in New England, first practice with the Patriots, and it was the first chance for a couple Eagles players to talk about him in the past tense because of the trade going down. Devontae Smith, another guy in the wide receiver room. We just talked to Jahan Dotson about it. Smitty talked about A.J. Brown yesterday.
I mean, just the relationship we had, the brotherhood and things like that. You know, some things you look back and, you know, we had a good time here. We had a great time here. The things that we did, things we accomplished on the field, off the field, you always cherish those moments.
But it's the moment that you have to move forward now for the Eagles. They have their final day of OTAs tomorrow. They'll have mandatory minicamp starting on June 9th. In other Eagles news, Brandon Graham was released yesterday. They can still have him return to the team, so it doesn't close the door on him playing another year. The Phillies took down the Padres 3-2 last night. The offense was relatively quiet. Bryce Harper did have a 2-run homer. Brandon Marsh a 4-hit night. Aaron Nola, 5 innings, 2 earned on the mound as he continues that in the positive direction. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Christopher Sanchez takes the scoreless inning streak, the historic scoreless inning streak, to the mound against Walker Buehler. Vegas Golden Knights took a 1-0 lead in the Stanley Cup Finals after a 5-4 victory over Carolina last night. Coming up next, Teron Davenport will join us. He covers the Titans for ESPN NFL Nation, was there when A.J. Brown left town, so we'll ask him about the similarities. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the NBA Finals, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, coming up around 9:47, so 15 minutes from now, we are going to rank the most annoying stories that we had to cover, or in your case, listen about. Because the A.J. Brown story was one that we talked about for a very, very, very long time. There is one specific one that comes to my mind immediately that I don't know which one was more annoying, A.J. Brown or the answer I will give. But I'm curious with John. John, with your numerous years doing sports talk radio. Connor, your listening era and now doing era. And if you on YouTube can answer right away, just send in the most annoying storylines that you would hear about for a long period of time. Let us know. We'll get to some of those answers coming up in a little bit. But joining us now, Johnny, he does an awesome job covering the Tennessee Titans for ESPN.com. But more importantly, he used to cover the Eagles for USA Today on Eagles Wire. All right, so that's how far back I remember having Teron Davenport on
Eagles Wire.
You know, when I was producing weekends, I'd probably bug Teron numerous times over the years. But now now at the ESPN.com, and we'll be seeing him in week 2 when the Eagles travel to Nashville. What's up, Teron? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing, man? It's great to be back on with you.
It is great to have you, man. We're doing really great, and as you can imagine. A.J. Brown has been the number one talking point in Philadelphia over the last couple of months. I was really interested in having you on today because you covered his end in Nashville. You got to the Titans in what, 2019, 2020?
It was 2018. Yeah, his rookie year was my second year covering the team.
Okay, so you were there when it first started, and then, of course, you were there when things ended. I remember reading your article where he took no blame for what took place. So I'm curious, were there warning signs?
Listen to the laugh.
Were there warning signs, much like there were numerous warning signs during the season with the Eagles last year? Of course, when the season first ends, going on the podcast with Julian Edelman and Gronk, were there warning signs at the end of his tenure in Tennessee?
You know, honestly, there weren't. It was actually a shock to all of us that he was traded. We knew coming up that he was going to want a new contract and everything like that. But no, none of us knew that. And I remember even talking to Mike Vrabel, and the first thing he told me was, he was like, man, it gutted me. And it was something that surprised everybody.
The idea that A.J. Brown seems to see himself as like a perpetual, I'm doing things right, everybody else isn't. Is that unfair?
It's not unfair because, you know, that's the way it does appear. I will say this. It really, AJ, he wants to win, and he wants to help a team win. And he's one of those guys, and you know the position. It's a diva position. It's a me position. You can't really not be like that and be a good receiver, unfortunately. But you know, I don't think it's unfair to say because optically it does look like that.
Were you the least bit surprised that it ended up being New England, and not just because he claims that he was a fan of the Patriots as a kid, and that's why he had AI, photos on his Instagram, but you just mentioned his connection with Mike Vrabel. Was that almost like destined that they would have some sort of reunion at some point in his career?
I figured at some point they would get back together because they were really close. And I tell you, they got close. What was it? I'll say 20. I think it was 2020, or maybe 21. Where AJ, he came out and he said the previous year he had thoughts of suicide. He had suicidal thoughts.
Yeah.
And I remember just the way Mike Vrabel spoke about how important it was to ask somebody how they're doing and really mean it, and not just ask it in passing rather. And it was because of that situation, and they got close through that. So I figured at some point they would get back together. And I remember the hurt in Vrabel in his voice, when he told me that the trade gutted him. And if you go back and you look at when the trade happened, the way he got up and had to walk that off and then sat back down, You could tell it hurt him.
I can tell you that from it's very complicated, his departure here. But we look at it and we say, I look at him as a declining asset because of the knee issues and things like that. And I also look at it and say, there weren't a lot of teams knocking on the door for his services. They talk about him as a top 5 or a top 10 wide receiver, but not a lot of teams were calling. What do you believe his reputation is, and are you shocked more teams weren't that interested in him?
I'm surprised more teams weren't interested. I figured, well, the Rams apparently had some interest, but I figured there would be 2 or 3 takers. But I think it really came down to everybody knew where he wanted to go, and that was to the Patriots. I think his reputation across the league, it's a very similar situation to when T.O. was around, where outside looking in, everybody says that, he's this and he's that, but then it seems like his teammates love him. Now, I don't know that I could say that as much about his departure from Philly, but I know his departure from here, they were upset that he wasn't on the team anymore. So, look, his reputation, we on the sideline reading a book and doing the antics that he did. As much as I like AJ, I'll call a spade a spade. That's not kosher to making sure everything is going smoothly.
Yeah. Did stuff like that go on in Tennessee? It's funny, Teron. So people they really didn't want to believe that A.J. Brown was going to be traded, right? And I understand why. The guy's a 1,000-yard receiver every single year here in Philadelphia. If he's stuck around, he's breaking Harold Carmichael's record. That's been standing for 40 years, right? It's finally going to be broken, the all-time receiving leader in Philadelphia. And then when he gets traded, people start doing the look back oh, yeah, that book thing was kind of weird. Oh, yeah, some of those things on Instagram didn't really seem to help the situation. Were there moments like that during his time in Tennessee where once he was traded, you're like, oh, yeah, that kind of was weird at the time. We just kind of looked past it because of how good he was.
Man, there were moments where regardless whether he was there or not, we look back on it, like, whoa. Because there was one, I remember he had a procedure on his knee. And when he got out of the surgery, he was still, the anesthesia was wearing off. And you know how that goes, man. You're not yourself. He had the audacity to go live. And he was just saying all kinds of crazy stuff. And I remember we all were like, what is this kid doing? So he has his moments. He definitely has his moments. But I'll say this, his departure from here had nothing to do with being a quote-unquote menace in the locker room or anything like that. It was a pure money deal. And basically what happened, Mike Williams and Chris Godwin, they signed deals where they each had $20 million per year. That was their average. And Mike Williams actually was with Tory Dandy, who's also A.J. Brown's agent. And so when that happened, all of a sudden that $17 to $19 million window that they were looking at, that jumped because let's call spade a spade. Like I said, AJ's better than both of those. So, AJ wanted the deal to go. He wanted 22, and the Titans weren't willing to go to 22. They went to 20, but it was 16 with like $4 million in incentives, and that was their hard stop. And what ended up happening was when they made it clear they weren't going over $20 million, AJ cut off contact. And I remember talking to Rob Moore, his receiver coach at the time, who was down in Carolina, and he told me, that hurt him because AJ was like a nephew to him. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so when that communication was cut, then it became evident that a deal was going to be done. But they did a good job keeping that under wraps because, when that trade was done, we all were everybody was shocked. Poor Traylon Burks came in here and he could never shake the A.J. Brown label, and it just was never going to work for him here.
Now, last thing, Teron, and we appreciate your time this morning, but this is the most important question of them all. I will be traveling to Tennessee week 2 with my friends at Philly Sports Trips. The goal is for 500 fans to be on that trip. So you need to put out there the spot. Because you are a Philadelphian, you're just relocated in Nashville covering the Titans. So,
exactly.
Where should the Philadelphia fans that are coming down for 3 days really try to make a point to get to? And I don't need to just hear about the Strip. Like, there's got to be some other spots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm gonna try to steer you guys away from the Strip anyway, because the last time you came, it was very interesting. All the Bud Light on Second and Broadway.
Yes.
It was gone.
I bet
it was gone. Yeah, but no. So the best, if you coming on a 3-day trip, I would definitely suggest going to Chicago's home of chicken and waffles.
Oh, that's fantastic! Fantastic.
Yeah,
spot.
it's a great place. You get the fried catfish dinner. They have the chicken. It's good. You like soul food? That's a good option. One of the other things that you should do, and I hate to encourage drinking, but this place is very nice as well. It's in East Nashville. It's called Attaboy. And it's a speakeasy, and you go there, and they don't have a drink menu. You just tell him what you like, and he'll go ahead and concoct something that you probably never drank before, and will probably be one of the best drinks you ever had. So that's also a suggestion.
I don't know that one. But
I have both these places on my Google right now. I will email them to myself, and I will make sure to attend both these locations. Teron, you're the man. We appreciate the time. We'll see you in a couple months.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, for sure. Appreciate it.
There he is. Philadelphia's own Teron Davenport now covers
That is awesome.
the Titans for ESPN.com.
He's loving that tax-free lifestyle and
he
nicer winters.
He doesn't seem to hate it all that much.
No, AJ got upset there. Shocking.
No, not as much. He just wanted more money.
It's funny. I say that.
First athlete that
I say that in the day that I tell everybody I'm leaving.
Yeah. By the way, I don't want to. A former employee chimed in on YouTube.
Okay.
Congratulate.
Who's that?
She may have ran our YouTube in the past.
Oh, I love Hale. I talked to her already, too. Okay. That's good.
It's like,
love you, Hale.
Love you. All right. Coming up next. The most annoying storyline that you had to talk about on the daily or listen to on the daily. Send them in on YouTube. I have one that rivals A.J. Brown. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. Well, we're down to the NBA Finals. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, build it all in the one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. I keep on suggesting the Wemby parlay, right? We did it with Nikola Jokic. Why not do it with Victor Wembanyama? Is over in points and rebounds and blocks and assists, and then you just throw in a Spurs money line in there. That's 5 legs right there. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. You got to be 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's final.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right. Coming up at 10 o'clock, Middays with Marks. No Johnny Marks today. Ray Dunn, Sean Brace, Dutsy will be producing the show today. All right. Most annoying storyline that you had to either cover or listen to over your time in sports talk radio, Johnny. Connor, your time in sports talk, but also listening to sports talk. I've told you guys I didn't listen to sports talk radio until I started working here. I didn't really know that it existed, so that was cool. My answer is undoubtedly the Marcus Mariota do the deal.
That's a good one.
What year was that, 2015?
That was the most annoying?
Yeah, because I was very early in my tenure here. I was a year in, and I was the grab every bit of audio guy that was there, right? I was working in the back, right? Kind of like how Sean Rodman is right now. And the amount of interviews that I had to listen to and the amount of do the deal, Sal Powell, we created the T-shirts. There's probably T-shirts in a back closet, somewhere here. And it never really came close to happening.
And it really wasn't even that seriously discussed.
It made sense because Chip was here, and Chip wanted every Oregon player ever in the history of Oregon football that made it to the NFL. Chip Kelly wanted them.
How lucky we are that it didn't happen.
Oh, my God. And they would have given up a haul to climb up to where they were because they weren't. I don't even remember where they drafted that year, but it's not like they were.
We're so lucky they didn't do it.
They weren't like third in the draft and they had to climb up one or two spots. It would have been really bad, but we talked about that because you got to understand at the time, 2015 NFL draft, Philly sucked. There was no buzz.
No.
Flyers and Sixers were not relevant. All we had was the Eagles draft. And for months.
Oh, no, it was big.
Months. We had to talk about do the deal, whether or not you would do it. So that still beats out the A.J. Brown saga because I at least know that the Eagles are still going to be good without A.J. Brown. I didn't know what the Eagles were going to be with or without Marcus Mariota.
I had to cover I did the 6 o'clock Sports Center 3 nights in a row as a guest.
Okay. That's not bad.
On satellite. Well, no. With Michael Vick.
A little bit different.
Being arrested in a dogfighting ring.
Yeah.
I was in Vegas on vacation with my wife ready to kill me. Going over to Caesars to go sit in front of a green screen and do reports because there's the Mike Vick, because I had my ESPN radio show at the time. So I would do everything for Atlanta. And it was a zoo. That story, people's reaction to it, I felt great compassion for Mike because I loved Mike. But what he did was the whole thing was filthy.
Oh, yeah.
But then I also knew that 99% of people that did the same thing got arrested for it never, ever got federal charges against them. But they made a federal charges against him. So I would argue against that and say he doesn't deserve federal charges. And people would go, choose a side. Pick a side. It was exhausting. I'd be like, I don't want to see someone over-prosecuted either just because they're a celebrity, which Michael Vick was. He was sent to federal prison for something that 99% of people never get. So it was exhausting because I felt like I had to do law school to study it.
Yeah.
And we all love dogs. It's a sensitive topic. And it was brutal. Absolutely brutal.
All right, Connor, did you have one listening or now working? I mean, obviously, A.J. Brown, you're currently living.
That's 1-1 for me. I don't really know of anything that's really rivaled it that's bothered me, like not bothered me, but annoyed me like this one because of how long it took to get to this point. I guess it would be like an ongoing one. The Kyle Schwarber leadoff debate is very annoying to me and always has been because
it should never have existed.
Well, there's not a right answer.
No, there is.
And both sides believe there is. There's not a right answer.
He should not bat leadoff.
You don't think so. This is why it's annoying.
Yeah.
I don't think you're wrong.
And he's having his best seasons since he's been out of the leadoff spot.
And the Phillies won with him there. See, this is why it's annoying to me.
Yeah, no.
Because we'll never come to a consensus on it. There is no answer. At least with the AJ thing, we've got to a point.
By the way, 2015 NFL draft. We should know Super Bowl champion. 20th overall pick. So they would have to have climbed up from 20 to 2.
Oh, my God.
That would have cost them a lot. Nelson Aguilar,
Oh,
That's
Nelly.
who they
What do you say?
selected with the 20th overall pick in that draft.
Out of USC. He's a Trojan.
All right, we have literally 30 seconds. Let's go to Dave in Ben Salem. Davey, you got 30 seconds, man. I know you want to say something to John.
Yes, I'll try to get in as quick as I can. John, I love you. Thank you for what you've done for this city, and not just this city, but for radio. And I love you so much, and I wish you the best of luck moving forward. I'm going to miss you so much. And you and Andrew, you're just like me. You feel the passion that all of us Philadelphia sports fans feel every day. And I love you, and I cannot wait to keep listening to you. And I wish you all the best, my brother.
Dave, I'm getting a hug before I leave town. I can promise you that.
Yeah, you'll find him.
I'm going to find. I'll be down, and I'm going to get a hug before.
He'll be the
that.
loudest usher down there.
Absolutely.
All right, Johnny. Well, I know today
right,
was a big day, but you're not done yet.
No. We're through. And by the way, we're doing a show till July 31st.
By the way, I'm taking vacation off, vacation during this stretch.
As am I. As am I too. So,
but I'm going to really enjoy my vacation.
You should, because you better be ready for it.
All right, everybody have a great rest of your day. Middays with Marks comes your way next. Johnny Marks out today. Sean Brace and Ray Dunn. We'll talk to you tomorrow here on The Fanatic.